interested in the petty small things that only engages in this party is in power, that other party is in power.
Right.
Today, you tell me, what has been the biggest lessons we have learned from the COVID period, the domestic debt exchange we went through?
We have a vaccination center or something.
Yes. We said to ourselves, we said to ourselves that we have a post-COVID economic recovery program.
Yeah.
Gentlemen sitting here, have you seen that document?
I haven't.
I have looked for that
I'm sure that's what they sent to the
everywhere.
IMF, maybe.
Maybe, but you think about
So
it.
if that's the case, then I've seen it.
I mean, but you should share that document
Exactly.
with us, because that's your way out of it, your way into a prosperous nation. But the people, and we are not, to all intents and purposes, even ordinary people, we have privileged access to information that sometimes the ordinary person. But if we do
And
not
even
have
when we don't
access
get it, we can go to the RTI and push. And even there.
if we do not have access to these documents, how is it possible that the ordinary person who will be driving your change into the future is the ones who have set policy, who actually will implement policy on the ground, and if they oppose it, it will not work? How come we are running without them on this pedestal?
Good question. Winston, recently, for something we're doing in-house, we had to go procure some books. 6 books, over 500 CDs. The tax component, over 22%.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay? But within the same period, we are giving tax waivers to the tune of billions. On that front, I want to know what your thinking is, because it appears we say we're poor, at the same time we're giving out so much in a sense that sometimes doesn't even make sense.
The idea of a tax waiver in itself is not bad. It's our implementation which is problematic. The moment you make tax waivers a families and friends thing, it's problematic. So it's a way of sometimes incentivizing people. I mean, people are coming into your country, they're going to be engaging in construction projects, they're bringing in equipment to use in your country. You don't actually want to charge them, but they're actually coming in there to assist you. There's some people, some people are coming into your country, they're bringing in foreign direct investment. You want to incentivize them, and some of these tax incentives will be the way to go. But the question simply is this. At what point in time do you say, hold on a minute, let's stop and take a second look at it? Yes, we've passed the law and all of that, but again, we still find ways of beating the law. We still find ways of going about it. There's been conversations of how private entities have had tax waivers and what the benefit of those constructions and those projects, for instance, will be to the state. I say that until we recognize the need to first of all think national interest, we always will abuse some of these tax waivers. But of course, they go to Parliament too. They go to Parliament, okay? The tax exemptions, they go to Parliament. They approve them. And then they come back to us and join us to lament. So it should start from Parliament, and that's why I agree with when Professor Akufo-Addo says that the most powerful institution in a republic, Parliament, has become a 2/3 bulldog, and they join us to complain, sadly.
Yes, but you also know that the dynamics of our parliament mean that even when you have a minority-majority divide that is on a knife edge, the majority will have its way. You will have your say.
Let me just make this.
But the majority will have its way. We saw it with the E-levy. We've seen it.
Let me just make this point
so many times.
Let me just make this point before you continue. It is the reason I think the Speaker's ruling, when he had not been invited to rule on who becomes majority leader and whether the party has a say, is so...
You mean the recent one?
Recent one.
On the back of the new standing orders.
Exactly. It's so unacceptable. Now, the standing orders are clear. Then the Speaker says, in the case of a dispute, he should not pass a judgment.
But he says caucus basically means party.
Where did he get that from?
You do realize that just as in a court of law, you interpret the law, in Parliament, he interprets what exactly pertains.
He, Speaker, knows. He knows. And I'm not going to get into the debate of it, but if it's anybody who loved our democracy, he wouldn't give such a ruling. And I'll tell you why. Because the moment you do that, you're actually allowing for parties to control members of Parliament. In serious jurisdictions, people go to parliament and can take their own positions.
But in those jurisdictions as well, even in the UK, the party still whips people in line. In the US, the party whips people in line. His party, the Speaker's party, did this last year. They did the same thing.
When the party tries to whip people in line, you saw the Conservative members actually telling Boris Johnson that we've had enough of you. Okay. You are not a man that should lead this country. As much as he tried, his own party asked him to leave. Okay, you've seen, for instance, in the US, some people going against party positions. But that's how you go. And did they lose their seats because they went against party positions? They never lost their seats because they went against party positions. Mike Okoye made a mistake, and Alban Bagning is making it worse. When Mike Okoye actually dismissed the former MP, saying that because he had been sacked by his party, he had no business in parliament. Right. I'm saying that if we want to protect this democracy, one of the things we must do, people would actually, they pay the parties to get into parliament, and then the party wants to govern through the back door.
And of course, the former MP became the stone that the builders rejected. Honorable Esiama. Let's cross over to the floor of Parliament now, because there's some action happening. I do not know whether the minority MPs are taking their seats yet. We've seen the former MP. What's the latest you can share with us? Hello, Kwame. What's the latest you can share with us?
MPs are still not in. We understand that is because of some concerns they have about the Bank of Ghana governor having called them names. That is what they say. They say the Bank of Ghana governor has called them names, and if the Bank of Ghana governor does not apologize to them officially, they will not. They are also protesting the decision by President Akufo-Addo not to sign some 3 bills that Parliament passed last year into law. And so they are doing a protest. You can see that none of them are here. The majority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, we understand, is frantically trying to get the minority buy-in to come in, because they cannot have a State of the Nation address with only one side in Parliament. Of course, constitutionally and legally they can, but what is the optics? How does it look with diplomatic corps, clergy, so many members of Ghana's society, cream de la cream already here, and there will be no NDC MP. So that negotiation is currently ongoing, and very soon we want to know what exactly would have happened to that negotiation, whether or not there would have been an agreement for these NDC MPs to come in. But there are quite some dignitaries here. I can see the former PNC presidential candidate, Mr. Apasera, is here. I'll try and gauge his thoughts. Mr. Apasera, you are a former member of Parliament. How was it when State of the Nation address was coming in like this? You see the minority MPs, they are not around. What is normally going on during such moments?
Well, during our time, we never experienced something like this. I know that there are issues maybe to be resolved amongst the MPs. They may have some concerns that they want to get resolved. But I think that once the president is going to speak to the whole nation, representatives of the people should be there to listen, because some of their constituents would like to hear or interrogate what the president has said, and you cannot answer that from outside. So I am sure maybe they are trying to put things in order, but they will appear. I suspect that.
What are your own expectations ahead of the president coming in to address the economy is in crisis? What are your own expectations as a former presidential candidate?
Well, certainly last year the president came and promised Ghanaians hope, promised to stabilize the economy, and so far we can say the economy is somehow stabilized now, but things may not be as rosy as we would have expected. So certainly there are difficulties, and we are hoping that the president will come and give us hope for the next year, so that by the close of this year things would have improved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apasera. Mr. Apasera is a former presidential candidate of the PNC, and he is sharing his expectation ahead of the State of the Nation address that the president is set to deliver in a moment. But a lot of persons that I see in the chamber today, I'm going to try and gauge some of them and try and get the understanding of what exactly is happening today. So this is the president set to deliver his State of the Nation address. A number of key issues expected to come up, and we are going to try and gain some understanding of the president coming in today. I'm very sorry, but We are trying, it's a very packed chamber, as you can see. The public gallery is normally not packed like this when the president is delivering the State of the Nation address. Hello. Oh, okay, I can see the chairman of the National Peace Council here. Hello, sir. What are your expectations ahead of the president delivering his address? What moments to come?
Well, there's a constitutional requirement, and therefore we're here to listen to the president to hear what he has for the country at this moment.
I mean, because I have you here, let me try and get a word from you. The Boku situation, are you happy with the closure of the station?
Nobody is happy with the closure of any radio or television station. But you are aware that last year we launched with the National Media Commission the document on hate speech and indecent language. And we expected that all radio stations and television stations will abide by these guidelines. So once people flout these things, there's nothing that the Media Commission, because they were part of the preparation of that document, and I'm sure that is part of the reason why they've taken the steps they've taken. So we expect that all media stations will comport themselves. Let's be mindful of what we say and how we say it, and don't instigate the public.
Thank you very much. That is the chairman of the National Peace Council. And I'll try and engage some more persons. I see the president of the Ghana Bar Association. Hello, sir. What are your expectations ahead of the president delivering the State of the Nation?
Oh, we're expecting to hear something that is going to bring us together, accelerate our development, consolidate our democracy. And we just pray that it's not a very partisan speech, because these occasions are not state organizations, they're state occasions. It's a constitutional requirement. So we want to hear something that unites us, not something partisan. That's my expectation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That is the president of the Ghana Bar Association telling me what he expects. I see Charles Niteko at the office of the president. We are live on Joy News. I just want to gauge what you expect ahead of the presidency. I mean, you're part of the communication outfit. What is the general public expected to listen from the president when he addresses the nation? Charles, can you give us a word?
Okay, good morning to your listeners and viewers. I want to believe this is a constitutional requirement for the president to tell the nation how far his administration have been able to govern the country. I expect the president to talk about the difficult times we went through during the IMF bailout and how successful we've been able to meet the requirement for the first and the second tranche. And I know things are going to get better, and I'm so much assured that by the close of the year, we'll turn the corner and then the economy will bounce back to where it used to be before the unfortunate COVID, Russia war and everything. So I know that the president will definitely talk about the difficult times that we went through and the haircut and all those things. And I know he's going to thank Ghanaians for standing with the government and to make sure we're able to have a successful program. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So that is Charles Niteko. He works at the office of the president, telling us in terms of the expectation. The president is expected to come in any moment from now to deliver his message on the state of the nation. We see the majority MPs, a full house, but their colleagues from the NDC side not having taken their seat. And the kind of information we are picking is that this has to do with some housekeeping matters. The minority MPs raising some concerns about the remarks that were made against them by the Bank of Ghana governor and a number of things. So I'll try and speak to a few more persons as we continue our coverage here. I see my lecturers from the University of Ghana, Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah, Dr. Agridako. These are persons who taught me political science in Lagos, so it's good to see them. I'll try and talk to them. And Mr. Agridako, you now have a very big position now. You are the head of the civil service. And what are your expectations ahead of the president coming in to address the nation?
Why are you doing this to me? You know, State of the Nation address is a very vital public document, you understand, which is critical for the service. As you are aware, the major object of the civil service is to assist government in the formulation and implementation of public policies and programs for national development. And so we tap into the State of the Nation address with the budget, the State of the Nation address, party manifestos, the ruling party manifestos, among others. These all constitute some of the critical source documents that we use as civil service to look at the reconfiguration of the public bureaucracy, you understand, and look at what it is that the government intentions are and how those intentions, inevitably translate into the policies and programs that you are. And you know that a bureaucrat is as good as the quality of information that you have. And so contextualization is important. And so to be able to make good policies, you need to situate it within a certain context. It's the reason I'm here with my chief directors, to look at what it is that government has been able to do. And if there are areas that we need to reconfigure, why not? We go back to the drawing board. So it's contextualization, building capacity, certainly, for the national development effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'll go back to my other lecture, but I also see Napagatia here. Hello, madam. I mean, what are your own expectations as the president is set to deliver the message?
I think that there's been a lot happening in the country within the last 1 year since the last State of the Nation, and today being the very last of his statements to the nation, he's going to touch on various sectors, especially development. We talk about the road system, the creation of new regions, where former President Mahama is alleging that we haven't done much in the new regions. If you take a region like Oti, the number of road projects, unfortunately I don't have the figures, but if you take a place like Oti region, the number of road projects, if you take a place like the Northeast region, Somastro Test, we have a STEM school established there. You go to the Savannah regions, the new regions are a bit new, and therefore it's not going to be so magnificent, I would say. But then there's a lot going on in these regions that I'm sure he would touch on, both in the road sector, the education sector, the health sector. I mean, it's going to be a whole lot. He's going to talk about a lot today.
Thank you very much. So Napagati are giving us some information in terms of what to expect. The former president, whilst in the Savannah region, had talked about how the new regions have not been developed at all. But she has provided some information. Well, I see now that some NDC MPs are now taking their seat. Early on, a lot of them had not come in at all. The former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu, has taken his seat. A number of the MPs in the 5th PU have also taken their seat. Also, for the MP for Krache has also taken her seat. And so they are now coming in, and with these proceedings, we expect that very shortly, sitting will start and then the president will deliver. Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah is the Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at the Office of the President. Doc, what are we to expect in terms of the last 8 months, but in politics, that is still a lot of time to be able to make changes. What are we to expect in terms of the economy and everything? You work at the presidency. What should Ghanaians expect?
Thank you very much. Our expectation, I hope, is not about what the president is going to say, because I will not be able to say anything before the president say anything. But in terms of the economy and in terms of the general growth of the country, we expect that the economy will do better. Given the indicators that we have and the prognosis that we have, we expect that the economy is going to do well. And if the economy is doing well, it means that the cost of living will certainly come down small, and also the standard of living will improve. So expect that there will be more political stability, and also we are going to the elections. There will be a lot of issues here, but we are expecting that there will be minimal violence as we go into the elections as well. I'm sure you've seen what happened in Boku in the last few days in respect of the shutting down of the radio station. It's a means by which we can help us also to control the extent on the growth of the conflict in that area, and consequently we are also expecting that will tone down and there will be more stability in that region, and for all of us to be happy about that.
Thank you very much, Doc. Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah is at the presidency. I see here the Minister Designate for Health, Dr. Okubo, who's already been touring. I mean, he's set to launch a new book chronicling how Ghana fought COVID-19 and how Ghana was able to warn. He's been to the Chief of Defense Staff, he's been to the Speaker of Parliament, giving some indication in terms of what to expect. So, Doc, you are writing that book. When you met the Speaker, I was there, you talk about how apolitical this will be. Will this be a partisan explanation of how we won the COVID fight?
Well, I think COVID made us come together as one people, And so I think the book itself is a testament to what we can achieve if we come together. I think the level of bipartisanship went down when COVID struck. And so it will be an interesting read, if I may say so.
Thank you very much. It appears the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, is set to walk in now, and proceedings is set to start. Not so many NDC MPs seated now, but proceedings are going to go on regardless, because the dignitaries, the guests that have been here, have been waiting for so long, and proceedings would have to begin for the message on the state of the nation to come out. And that is what we expect, that very shortly the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, will walk in with the President of the Republic, Akufo-Addo, and the camera will show you that the judges of the Superior Court of Judicature, that is what you see, led by Mother Justice and also the Judicial Secretary. And then the Chief Justice, Justice Gertrude Araba Issa-Batokono, is leading the procession of the Superior Court justices who are coming in to witness this very profound ceremony here in the Parliament of Ghana. So mainly judges of the Supreme Court, led by the Judicial Secretary, making their way through the pews in Parliament to take their seat for proceedings to commence very shortly. The Chief Justice has taken a seat, and that will mean that very soon, the Vice President will also come in, the Speaker of Parliament. They will all lead the President of the Republic, His Excellency, Akufo-Addo, to come in for proceedings to start. So the minority MPs are now still coming. They have not taken their seat in full. If you look at 137 of them, they just have about 10 of them who are currently on the floor, unlike their NPP majority colleagues who are all seated for proceedings to begin here in Parliament. So Madam Gertrude Araba Issa-Batokono, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, has now taken a seat, and very soon we expect that more and more dignitaries will now come in for proceedings to sit. If you look here, you see the service chiefs who are all here in Parliament to witness this very grand ceremony. And this has delayed a little bit. It's almost 11 a.m. If it's not past 11 a.m., let me look at my clock now. And it's actually 11:15 now, and proceedings has not started. Again, something profound happening on the floor. If you look at Osei Mensah-Bonsu in his new seat now, for the last 7 years that the House has been under the President, Akufo-Addo, he has always been in the black seat in the majority pews. Today he is not there. He's seated at the back of the majority leader. He has a new seat in Parliament now. Osei Mensah-Bonsu, no longer the majority leader, having announced his resignation and having also now formally been replaced. And so to tell you about some of the arrangements, some of the things we are seeing on the floor before we go back and speak to more and more very important dignitaries who have come into Parliament today. You see on the days, you see the President's platform, where he's going to sit, where he's going to speak from, it is there. And the Chief Justice is now seated near, adjacent the Chief Justice seat is the President's chair. That is the biggest on the platform. And then the black one belongs to the Speaker of Parliament. That is where the Speaker of Parliament will sit. And then there's also the seat adjacent to that for the Vice President. The Vice President will be, the Vice President will be sandwiched by the President of the Republic and the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin. It appears the issues the NDC MPs had are being resolved, and a lot of them now are coming in to take their seats. And very soon, we expect that the Vice President will come in. The Judiciary, led by the Chief Justice and the Superior Court judges, have also now come in to take their seat. But I told you about the expectations. NDC MP is really saying that there is really nothing that the President is coming to talk about that the country does not feel it already in their pockets, and that it is completely inadequate that the President and his government continue to say that the economy has turned a corner, whilst inflation is still in double digits, and whilst, in fact, the cost of goods and services on the market have not quite reduced at all. So that is the situation in Parliament. I'm trying to gauge and see more and more persons who have come in here so that I can talk to them. But you can see the service chiefs just behind me who are also here for this important ceremony. This is the President. This is President Akufo-Addo's penultimate State of the Nation address. after this State of the Nation address, he will address the country again after the 2024 election. Normally, that is what is done. When John Dramani Mahama lost the 2016 election, he still delivered his final State of the Nation address before handing over power to the new president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has still been in office for 7 years now, and to try and get some understanding of what to expect. So very shortly, I'll try and get my colleague, Blaise Soga, to join me here so that we can have a conversation in terms of what to expect about this very important ceremony that is just about to go underway here in Parliament. The President Akufo-Addo's penultimate State of the Nation address set to happen. I told you that the minority MPs had boycotted early part of the proceedings. They had not come to the chamber at all, but now they are here. A number of them are seated. The minority leader is not here. His leadership are not here. It is not clear how long it will take for some of those persons to come in here for the address to begin. But all that is left now is for the President of the Republic to walk in and usher in the President and the Vice President, who we know now are all here in Parliament waiting at the Speaker's lobby for proceedings to begin here. So that is the state of play. That is how things are going quiet in the House. And Blaise Soga will join me shortly, and then we can. But Imanti will pan the shot in the chamber for you to see. The minority benches are still a little empty. You can still a lot of desks that are not filled up, although a number of them have started coming in now. So we'll get some shot from the chamber to get an understanding of what exactly that is going to go, and then we'll see how things will be. Yes, Honorable? All right, so an Honorable Gesrin had me telling me that their colleagues will come in now, and then we'll see what is going to go on here.
Honorable Muntaka, the Asawase lawmaker there, Haruna Idrisu, the former minority leader, also a lawmaker, I believe, for Tamale South in there, together with some of the minority members of Parliament, and they are there having interactions. Honorable Agboja, I believe, also in the background. There have been interactions, and Kweku Asante has made mention of the fact that the minority MPs were not seated. We've seen the shots in Parliament. They were not seated, and there was the claim that, one, the governor of the Bank of Ghana had insulted the members of the minority. You remember that demonstration when they had that petition that he had insulted them, and that two, there were those 3 bills that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had failed to sign, on the back of which they were not getting seated in Parliament. So we're still waiting for those numbers. This, legally speaking, or if processes are to be followed, can be done without the minority seated. But, as we say, so I guess those proceedings will wait. Her ladyship, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, is seated. We've seen the likes of the former Speaker of Parliament, Professor Aaron Mike Okwe, Reverend Professor Aaron Mike Okwe. We hear the former president has also taken his seat, or he will be ushered in at a point. And so those are the scenes from Parliament. Let me come quickly into the studio right before we cross over to the floor of Parliament one more time. Raymond, so there you have it. The minority basically boycotting in a way. And you know what this means. This is likely going to stretch out longer than anticipated.
This was supposed to start at 10 a.m. And I mean, there are other ways of actually expressing your disagreement over these matters. But merely deciding that you will not sit here will not change the fact, even if you feel that you've been insulted, it will not get the president to also sign the bill. You know what to do. If you have difficulty with the president not signing the bill and you disagree with him, you know the processes that you should take you through. This grandstanding is, to me, not necessary. Just a complete waste of everybody's time. See, 10 o'clock, you are done, we move on, we are done with the speech, then we continue with the governance, that's important. You continue with the work in Parliament, that's also important. Merely creating the impression that this is to send home or send a signal, to me, does not, it does not make any serious point. It's only one of those things you do when you think you're achieving something. If you said that the president is not running the economy well, so you are protesting on behalf of the people, how he's done things like that, I am willing to entertain that, but you've been insulted by Governor of the Bank of Ghana, so what? He disagrees with you, he didn't take your letter, and so what? So, I mean, I don't see the point in sometimes some of this needless grandstanding with no point in, and whether we like it or not, they'll still show up. You get my point? They'll show up, they'll come and do their work.
But it's possible they could boycott this, like I said. It could go on without them. They could boycott it.
Yeah, but it's happened before. After everything, they leave, and Akufo-Addo says, oh, I hope that next time you take over these seats. Yeah. When he came, he started and help us to raise sister presses. And they left.
Yeah,
Akufo-Addo says, oh, I hope that. So it's something that, you know.
I think that we should, I mean, yeah, these things are part of processes, you do grandstanding, but these things, they don't signal economy that's in distress. They don't signal the kind of difficulty we are having as a people. I think everybody in this country should be rather focused on the difficulties that we are facing. Because whether or not you boycott something in connection with how you were treated by a governor, that's not in any way affect the price of king.
How about the bills, the 3 bills that have not been given assent to by the president?
This boycott will not change the decision of the president. Everybody knows
think
that.
not?
They know what they have to do in that parliament if they have serious disagreement with the president on the matter. They know. They have hinted of that in times past. So I am not sure whether it is because many cameras are in the house, they want people to know that they also have been doing something, or they are acting in some of these ways. But I'm saying the purpose for gathering today is that the people of this republic are actually sitting behind their TVs, waiting to hear the president of the republic address the nation as to whether minority, mini minority, or whichever grouping decide not to appear. If the process can continue, let's do it.
Right. But it is within their rights to do what they are doing, though. Winston Amwa.
It is. But we're just saying that, I mean, come on. You know, whatever happens at this point in time, I mean, if the president hasn't assented to the bills, you know what to do. You know what grounds that could mean. You know what you could do. But I don't think that indicating that your boycott is, going to change the president's position. I'm not sure. Of course, you can do that, but we are saying that, look, this is the penultimate State of the Nation address. This is the time that he has other things to do. The next time, he wouldn't have anything to do. He would just be addressing, say, on the 4th or the 5th of January, and he's out of office, okay? So I don't like, I mean, as for the governor's bid, is a non-starter. Not assenting to bills, yes, but they know what to do, okay? Yes, I mean, so you could actually show up, and once the president starts, like you did the last time, you boycott, you get up and go. But not showing up at all, and now they're trying to convince you. Anyway.
And again, if the people can proceed without them, let them continue. Let's get this on.
We've heard Kwaku Asante told us that the likes of Afenyomarkin now, and of course you would understand him. This is his first time in the sun. Okay, if it appears that he couldn't even bring the other side on board, it would be telling on his reign or his regime. So you can understand, he's in there together with other stalwarts, trying to bring them in. But let me ask you, I'll start with you, Winston. What if they don't come in? I mean, will it take away anything from this?
Parliament can sit.
The SONA.
There's quorum, they can sit.
No, I'm not even talking about that. Will it, the optics, will it take away anything?
I'm not sure. You see, I haven't stepped out today. Ever since I came into the office, I got into the studio. But yesterday, from the feeling I got, this is not a State of the Nation address that people have a lot of expectations.
Or looking forward to.
People are not looking forward to.
It's dying embers.
No, but you see, the president has said one thing, his themes have been the same over a long period of time. And even when times are hard, the president will still try so hard to find means of saying he's doing well. So a lot of Ghanaians have given up on him. And so all they're waiting for is for elections to be done. So it'll be end of story.
Ray?
Yeah, I agree with him, except that, okay, yes, if half of
optics, even if we are focusing on the...
It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound like a United States behind their president when he's...
Have we ever been united in that way?
Oh, no, at least they appear. They make noise and do all of that, but that's fine. But not sitting there will sound like, oh, well, why is it half empty? That might be part of the conversation. That might even still part of the show of the president in delivering that. But to me, they know they'll appear in the parliament. They're just wasting everybody's time. They know it's just a matter of time. People will go and speak to them like they are coming in now.
Right.
Yeah, so what was the point anyway? What was this? So has the president agreed to sign the bills now? Is the governor of the Bank of Ghana now bending over backwards and ingratiating himself to them? So some of these things, you're just wasting everybody's time. And yet, the substantive issues of state sometimes do not get the kind of attention that we use this grandstanding to do.
So from the likes of James Klucha-Abeji, we saw him earlier, the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu, to all the others that we saw in there. Now the caucus seems to be, the minority caucus seems to be getting seated. I'm sure at some point, because you know the leadership of...
Were they part of the boycott?
Yeah.
Because I didn't see them, I just saw them throughout.
Which ones? Is it James Abeji and the others? But at the point, no, at the point, none of them was there. But and then all of a sudden, we saw them appear before now.
See that,
so they disagree first and say, let's go and sit down.
I'm learning from Akufo-Addo that it looks like John Mahama may have intervened.
Ah, okay.
The former president may have intervened in getting his side to come. It would have been an oddity, though, if the MPs on the minority side didn't show up and the former president...
Exactly. I mean, it would have been odd. Once he shows up,
and it appears that
them to show up too.
Their grandstand is wasting his time too. We expected this to start at 10 o'clock. It is 11:30. The man has campaigned to do what you are doing in the parliament.
But I have a more serious question before we even get in. And people may take it for granted. Practically none. State events, important ones like this, we never start on time.
Yeah, but this one, we're giving a show of, we will not appear for you to stand on time. At least the president was...
No, but even before this issue came up.
Yes.
At what time did we have some of these people show?
In all fairness, when we're almost seated, we're told that the president had arrived.
Yeah.
So the understanding is that at least he showed up quite early, before some other people even came in. I agree with you that we don't respect time that much. In fact, it's a poor country that doesn't respect time. You think about it deeply. And time is money too. So really, we don't respect the money that we are supposed to be respecting. We don't respect time that much because if we say we are starting at 10 o'clock, let it be 10. So that people can get on with their lives. So that people can post.
I mean, at least, even if not, at least something, it's half past 11. This is
not the Declaration of Independence. This is not Akufo-Addo in 2017, where people had so much belief in the things he was going to say. So, also adding time, wasting and things to wait.
You make it.
Yeah, you get people needlessly angry over the kind of grandstanding we are doing in our politics.
Right.
Politics that's not delivering results cannot be grandstanding politics. The people who are delivering results in their countries.
What would it be? Low-lying, low-standing politics?
You should be seen to be remorseful.
Mob-rower politics.
Yes, you should be seen. Your optics should be ones that send a signal that we are really sorry for what we have done collectively to the state. But if the politicians create the impression that they are doing some wonderful work, or we may not appear, when indeed, look at where we are. Look at what other countries are doing with their time. Look at the very wonderful things that countries are spearheading in their countries. And we are just sitting here creating the impression our best advice is spending 1 hour, 30 minutes of our wonderful time doing grandstanding, really.
Let's cross over to Parliament now. Kweku Asante is on the beat for us. Let's find out what is going to happen. We see the minority members seated now. Kweku Asante, if you can hear me, walk us through what to expect now.
They were not happy that the president had not signed into law 3 bills. Private members vote that their colleague, Francis Xavier, is member for Madina's country, and because of that, they were not going to come. They are also not excited about certain remarks that have been made by the Bank of Ghana government and the executives. Of course, the Bank of Ghana government and executives are not in here today. Normally, they are here. But after a long meeting back and forth, the former president, John Mahama, went back there, spoke to a number of the MPs, and tried to let them agree that they need to come out, because we understand that is what the posing issue is. That is exactly why sitting had delayed so much, and that is why the president, who arrived in Parliament just around 10 o'clock, and it's now past 11:30, 1 hour 30 minutes later, state of relations that is the reason why that has not started. And now the NDC MPs are sitting here, all of them, I see almost every day sitting now, because the NDC MPs are not sitting. We expect that every People of Parliament, Urban Bagley will walk in what the President of the Republic, Akufo-Addo, and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, so that proceedings will get underway. It is a short address. When the Speaker of Parliament walks in as the President, there will be a brief ceremony, less about a minute or two. There will be the national prayer, the prayer of the there will be the recitation of the national prayer, which is now part of the new standing order of the House. That will be done. The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagwin, will make a short address, short statement, as we've come to understand. He will, of course, announce certain dignitaries who are now in the House, and then hand over the baton to the President of the Republic, to deliver his message on the state of the nation. That is the reason why so many dignitaries are here. That is the reason why service chiefs are here. The diplomatic corps chiefs, traditionally, other traditional rulers, religious leaders. That is the reason why they are all here. So I just understand that there's an announcement that the House, everybody together, that will mean that the Speaker of Parliament himself or other senior dignitaries are coming off the wall. The Speaker of Parliament is coming in. I see the name, the Marshal of Parliament carrying the name. The Speaker of Parliament is coming in, led by the procession of the men of God. So let me hand you back to the Parliament of Ghana. What proceedings is said for that? Thank you.
Well, there we are, the members of Parliament rising because, of course, Mr. President is coming through. And yes, we can see the clerks of Parliament, the leadership of Parliament coming through. I've seen the minority leader, Dr. Kasila-Toforce, and right behind him, the new majority leader, Alexander Afenyo Markin. And I believe that is Speaker Bagbin today in some African regalia, like you would usually find him. He has even said that the members of Parliament should be decked in African regalia all the time with his stick and his northern gear this morning. And I believe he will be ushering in as well, Mr. President, when the time is due. But the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shaking hands with Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, right there. So we have the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, in. And guess who's mounting the stage, the podium now? His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Everyone standing as he gets to his seat. And he has that smile, reminiscent of what you would see all the time. And I believe now the national anthem is about to be played. All right, so we'll be hearing from Mr. President shortly, but for now, we'll come into the studio as well. We'll still be keep giving you the feed from Parliament, even as Mr. President engages Gertrude Tokonu. He is now having a bit of a chit-chat with handing, I don't know whether that's his phone he is putting there, and his aide has actually picked up the phone, and rightly so. But the Speaker will go through the processes, usher in the President, and then we shall have the State of the Nation.
mean, you've asked a question over and over again. Am I expecting anything? Business as usual. We're here. I mean, I would want to be surprised by Akufo-Addo. I'm very honest with you. I want to be surprised.
What will it take to surprise you?
I mean, I want to hear him depart from the lines that we've known of him over the period. I want to see a departure from the consistent touting of achievements even when Ghanaians are going through problems. I don't want to hear an acknowledgement of the problems. That
you know, it's been said that there are two different Ghanas. One is spiritual and one is physical. The spiritual is what's usually at times like this, the sooner you will get to hear. And the real Ghana, the physical one, is what the rest of us...
Well, the Vice President agrees that the only Ghana is the one that you feel in your pocket. And that's what I want to hear from the President.
Raymond?
Yes, certainly, yes. It's the one that you feel in your pocket. The expectation is that Akufo-Addo would say something that will bring back hope to the people. Of course.
Is that even possible at this point?
Yes, possible.
It is.
It is, actually.
It is.
He has an entire year. You see, it takes one night to get a bill or an amendment done in the Republic of Ghana. Let's not forget, it took 1 night to pass ESLA. I remember exceedingly well when it happened around 11 p.m. anyway. So you can make all the changes you want to make, and it still has time to undo some of the things that many are not happy with in the Republic of Ghana. On the other side, he can still go on his usual singing his own praise and improving the people's understanding of what he has done over the period.
Thank you, Raymond. Let's cross over now. The Speaker going through the motions right before we hear from Mr. President. Let's cross over to Parliament.
Shall be done away with. A country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, the National Pledge. I promise on my honor Honorable members, at the commencement of public business. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and all honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this august House. This is the House of Parliament. This is the House of the people. This is the House of accountability. And this is the House of democracy. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver the message in the State of the Nation, I want, with your kind permission, to recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. We have Her Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo. We also have His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, we also have His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia. We have in our presence Her Excellency, the Second Lady, Haja Samira Bawumia. Surely, honorable members, surely we have the spouse of the Speaker, Her Excellency, honorable members, we have the spouse of the Speaker, Her Excellency Alice Ajua Jonas. Honorable members, we have Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Gertrude Tokunu. We have the beloved spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Kofi Tokonu. Honorable members, we have our revered Chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otio Sribo II. And we have the Chief of Staff, the Chief of Staff, as you all know, is in charge of the whole family of the Right Honorable Speaker, Madame Frema Opare. We have His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, Honorable members, when honorable members, when the speaker is on his feet, everybody else is seated and quiet. That is Parliament. Please, this is the formal sitting of Parliament, and all the rules apply. I will not be tempted, and I resist it, to start enforcing some of the rules. I know this is election year, but my words can deselect a lot of you. So please, my words on this chair can deselect a lot of you. Kindly take note and let's proceed. His Excellency, as I mentioned, is the former President of the Republic of Ghana. We have in our midst Her Excellency Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings, the former First Lady of the Republic of Ghana. We have the Right Honorable Michael Aaron Okwe, the former Speaker of Parliament, my predecessor. We have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, in the person of Mr. Stephen Ayensu Intim. We also have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson. Honorable Johnson Asedu Inketia. We have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodua. And we also have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kweti. We have the veteran former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Samuel N. Dakwa. They started it all even before independence. He was in the Legislative Council, and they supported the late KB Ayensu to establish the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. We have another former clerk to Parliament, my own brother, Mr. Emmanuel Kwasi Anyimedu. We have the heads of our security agencies and our esteemed chiefs, queens, and queen mothers. We have our most revered religious leaders and the dean and members of the diplomatic corps. We have our development partners with us and representatives of various civil society organizations. And definitely, we have our partners, our dependable partners, members of the media. Honorable members, with your kind permission, I may have to end here by acknowledging all the dignitaries and distinguished invited guests over here. I now have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may deliver your message now.
Mr. Speaker, it is always exhilarating to be back in Parliament and to discharge the duty in fulfillment of Article 67 of the Constitution of delivering to the House a message on the state of the nation on this occasion for the penultimate time. I have one more still to do. In accordance with protocol and convention, it is good to see that First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia, Second Lady Samira Bawumia, the spouse of Mr. Speaker Alisha Jonas, Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, and Justices of the Supreme Court, representative of the Chairperson and members of the Council of State, the new Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Thomas Opon-Pepra, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, and service chiefs are all present, as are the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, the House is also duly honored by the welcome attendance of the former President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be able to report that the entire territory that makes up our nation is safe, secure, and under the control of the government and people of Ghana. This might sound like a pedestrian statement with which to start a message on the state of the nation. Unfortunately, far from it being an everyday truism, this is no longer a statement or claim that can be easily made in these times in the neighborhood in which we are. West Africa is under threat of terrorism and violent extremism, rapidly spreading southwards from the Sahel to coastal West Africa. We can no longer take the territorial integrity of our countries for granted. Indeed, many of our neighbors have already fallen victim and lost large portions of their territories to extremist groups. And Ghana, by the grace of the Almighty, is the only coastal state along the Gulf of Guinea that has so far not recorded a terrorist attack. To speak of the peace and security we have in our country has not happened by chance. It has taken deliberate policy and planning on the part of government and a lot of hard work and dedication on the part of our security services to keep our country safe and secure. I might add that it has also meant that we've had to spend a lot of money that would have otherwise have been available to spend on many of our development needs. But I believe we're all agreed that the primary responsibility of the state towards its citizens is to provide and guarantee peace and security, and we're doing just that. Since we came into office, we've ensured a significant expansion of the armed forces and all the other security agencies. We're paying diligent attention to their welfare as well. The accommodation and physical environment generally of the security agencies are being improved. We've quickened the pace of the retooling and equipping of the security agencies to ensure readiness towards the emerging security threats. For the majority of us, in our everyday activities, it is the security of our streets and homes and communities that concern us most. We want our children and grandchildren to grow up in a safe atmosphere, and the Ghana Police Service played the lead role in this. Again, government has performed most creditably. The police are much better equipped than they have ever been, and their increased visibility on the streets goes a long way to reassure the community. The changing image of the police is perhaps best exemplified by the dramatic facelift they have given to the frontage of the police headquarters on the Ring Road in Accra. It is beautiful, and I recommend it to all institutions and indeed households. Whilst we're spending time, money, and energy and lives keeping the country safe from external dangers, I must add that it is a matter of great concern that we continue to have so many chieftaincy and land disputes around the country, which tend to be breeding grounds for internal tensions and destabilization. Mr. Speaker, I must make special mention of the troubles in Boku. The tragedy is not only that a thriving and dynamic town is being reduced to a wasteland of destruction and distrust. We're spending money and energy that would have been better spent on development needs of Boku, providing security to keep brothers and sisters from killing each other. Mr. Speaker, what should concern all of us, and not just the people of Boku, is that in its current state, Boku is an alluring magnet to mischief makers and extremists operating a few kilometers away from the border. In a bid to find a lasting solution to the conflict, government has in the past year undertaken a number of measures, including the establishment of a special Boku task force and the intensification of engagements with the factions for the resolution of the chieftaincy dispute. On the recommendation of the Upper East Regional and National Security Councils, 4 radio stations that have been broadcasting incendiary language and propagating hate speech have been shut down by the National Communications Authority. The Chief Justice, for her part, has also recently established specialized courts in Accra and in Kumasi to deal expeditiously with criminal matters emanating from the Boku conflict. Government is determined to do all it can to ensure that there's security in every inch of the territory of our country. But it is also very much up to the citizens to help create the needed atmosphere. And I'm thus appealing to all citizens, all Ghanaians, to take the See Something, Say Something campaign of the Ministry of National Security very seriously. There is indeed, Mr. Speaker, a state of palpable anxiety and tension in every corner of West Africa, raising the specter of regional instability, which we thought had been banished. Unconstitutional changes in government in parts of Africa, especially in West Africa, through a series of coups d'etats and military interventions in governance, testify to an unfortunate democratic regression in the region. It is in the interest of democratic growth that this development is reversed as soon as possible, and we in Ghana continue to give maximum support to ECOWAS, the regional body of West Africa, and the AU, Africa's continental organization, in their efforts to restore democratic institutions in the affected nations. We must help stem the tide of this unwelcome evolution and help entrench democracy in West Africa. We believe also that a reform of the global governance architecture, such as the Security Council of the United Nations, to make it more representative and accountable, will help strengthen global peace and stability, and thereby help consolidate democratic rule around the world. Mr. Speaker, we in Ghana have had our fair share of political instability and experimentation about how we should govern ourselves. There might be new names being ascribed to some of the supposed new ideas being canvassed by some today. But I dare say on close examination, we will discover that they are not new. We have tried them here, and they have failed. We know about all-powerful, cannot-be-questioned messiahs. We know about liberators, and we know about redeemers and deities in military uniform. It might sound new to some, but those of us who have been around for a while have heard the argument made passionately that democracy was not a suitable form of government if we wanted rapid development. It is a tired argument that was regularly used by apologists for coups d'etats. It's also not new to have political parties and politics in general being denigrated. Indeed, there used to be national campaigns of fear waged against politics and political parties. It took time, and it took long battles, but in the end, the consensus did emerge, and we opted for a multi-party democratic form of government under the Constitution which ushered in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, it is not a perfect document. Constitutions do not ever pretend to be, but it has served us well these past 32 years, considering where we have come from. It is a sacred document that should not be tampered with lightly. But I hasten to add, our Constitution did not descend from heaven. We Ghanaians drew it up to serve our needs, and we can amend it to suit our changing needs and circumstances. We should work towards finding a consensus on the changes that the majority of Ghanaians want made to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, democracies are founded on elections, and the holding of free and credible elections ensure that people have confidence in the government that emerges at the end of the process. The honorable members of this House, who are at the center of it all, know more than the rest of us that this is an election year. The increased decibel level in all communications will ensure that even the most politically uninterested person among us would know that on December 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new president and new members of parliament. A lot of the responsibility lies on the Electoral Commission to put the organization in place that will ensure that we have credible elections. Government is doing its part to make the work of the Electoral Commission go smoothly. A lot of responsibility lies on the political parties as well, and I hope that the parties recognize that their credibility is also on the line, especially with some people wanting to undermine the multi-party democratic system of government. It is up to the parties to demonstrate that competitive elections are an honorable, character-enhancing experience, and that at the end of the process, the loser will congratulate the winner, and the world does not come to an end because an election has been lost. There is nothing inherently dirty or corrupt about politics, and nothing about elections that should generate violence. We who are in politics, and we who are members of political parties, owe it to ourselves, the institutions we claim to belong to, and above all, we owe it to Ghana and the people of Ghana to make politics and elections the serious and joyful phenomenon they should be. In discharging their responsibility, I urge the Electoral Commission to work with the political parties to iron out whatever problems there might be. And I'm happy that the Electoral Commission, after engaging the parties, has shelved plans to change the 7th December date. Politics, after all, has been described as the art of the possible. And if that is what we are engaged in, it should not be beyond us to resolve the problems that come up and concentrate on working to build the happy and prosperous country we want. Government, on its part, will do what is expected of it to make sure that the reputation of Ghana is not damaged and the free will of the people is manifested at the end of the electoral process. And I want to reassure the people of Ghana that I'll do everything in my power to help ensure the conduct of transparent, free, and fair elections on 7th December. I have confidence in the security services to ensure that those who might want to cause havoc or any kind of mischief to disrupt the electoral process will have no room to operate. Mr. Speaker, there are amongst us those who, for ideological or other unstated reasons, have never accepted multi-party democracy and therefore take every opportunity to portray the governance efforts in the most disparaging manner. There are also those amongst us who consider the rough and tumble of politics to be beneath them and will not want their sainted images to be soiled by what they term the dirt of politics. Mr. Speaker, we can and we should continuously improve upon the performance of the institutions that hold the state together. But nobody should undermine the integrity of the arms of government for parochial reasons. There is definitely much room for improvement in the workings of the executive arm of government, the judiciary, and our parliament. Even those who have had parliaments as part of their governance systems for hundreds of years still make mistakes and sometimes get things alarmingly wrong. It would be surprising if our 31-year-old parliament did not get things wrong sometimes. This august house, which holds so many fond memories for me of my personal political journey, does not always measure up to the expectations of the people, or even sometimes of its own members. There's a lot of anxiety currently about how our MPs get elected. There's anxiety about the rapid turnover of members in the House and the loss of institutional memory. There's a lot of anxiety about some of the procedures in the House. We will not all agree with everything that the Parliament does. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that I do not agree with everything that goes on in here. But that is the beauty of what we as a people are trying to do in our governance structure. Mr. Speaker, the President and appointees are not universally loved. It would be strange and unproductive if they were. It is probably worthwhile making what I consider to be important observations at this stage on some of the issues in our public discourse in the lead up to the elections for a new president. Under the Constitution, the executive power of the state is vested in the President of the Republic. He or she is the executive. There's no ambiguity about where the buck stops when it comes to responsibility for what happens in the government. It stops with the President. He or she has ultimate responsibility. It would be an unwise president that would pretend to have all the answers and refuse the advice of his officials. But the fact remains that the president holds the executive power. The cabinet, the ministers of state, all act ultimately in an advisory manner. Of course, the member of the government might take an idea, be it generated by the president or the official or a committee, and turn it into a huge success, and the honors will be claimed or shared where public perception falls. But ultimately, the president is responsible and therefore takes the credit or the blame for whatever happens in his or her government. Mr. Speaker, let me make a second point. The programs that come from the executive benefit from the rigorous public examination and debates to which they are subjected. We all now take for granted and sometimes even bemoan the vigorous media and civil society organization scrutiny that characterize public discourse. It gives me quite satisfaction and great pride to hear young Ghanaians today who believe that criticizing the President of the Republic and challenging government proposals are normal, regular activities. Some of the young people listen with incredulity when they hear about a Ghana that was once without private radio stations, and people had to tune into foreign stations to hear critical and opposition voices. Today, there are some 550 radio stations in operation in this country. In spite of all its shortcomings and difficulties, the people of Ghana have shown admirable commitment to multi-party democracy and have not fallen for the instigations to resort to the violent overthrow of an elected government. The past 32 years of the Fourth Republic have witnessed the most sustained period of stability and economic growth in our country. And we should be proud of what we have achieved and seek to protect and build on it. And that is why the theme for the 67th Independence Anniversary celebration on 6th March in Akufo-Addo is Our Democracy, Our Pride. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report on the progress we're making in the administration of justice. This past year, a total of 76 judges and magistrates were appointed. They comprise the new Chief Justice, 2 new Justices of the Supreme Court, 23 new High Court judges, 29 Circuit Court judges, and 21 new magistrates. 262 staff were recruited to address some of the human resource gaps created because of the newly established courts throughout the country. In January 2024, 3 additional justices have been appointed to the Supreme Court to replace 3 justices who have retired from the court. We've made unprecedented progress in the provision of court buildings and residences for judges around the country. In 2020, government set out to construct 120 courthouses with residential facilities nationwide. As of 31st January 2024, 67 courthouses had been successfully inaugurated and are in use at various sites around the country. 12 completed projects have been slated for inauguration by the end of this month of February 2024. The remaining 21 projects are at various stages of completion and are expected to be completed and inaugurated before May 2024. In addition, 121 residential units have been constructed for judges throughout the country. Further, 20 fully furnished 4-bedroom units, together with social amenities, have been constructed for justices of the Court of Appeal in Kumasi. The project is not yet complete, but we have done enough to be able to say that we have resolved the problem of the disgraceful state of court buildings. The attention now is to the digitalization process of the courts to modernize the entire system. The Judicial Service is undertaking a digitalization initiative to modernize legal operations and foster greater access to justice. A virtual court system was introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the continuity of business. The virtual court system was also rolled out to 17 courts and subsequently to 19 high courts for the smooth hearing of court cases. By the end of December 2023, 160 courts had been equipped with devices for the real-time transcription of cases, in addition to 51 courts piloting the paperless court system in Accra. The integration of real-time transcription devices in 160 courts has revolutionized the way in which court proceedings are recorded and documented. The service is rolling out a comprehensive digitalization of the court system. The Attorney General has continued in a very effective manner the tradition under this administration of contesting every single litigation against the state, and has avoided the numerous judgment debts that used to be given against the state. The Office of the Attorney General, as a result, has saved the country over 10 trillion Ghana cedis. All the evidence is there. I shall be performing a pleasant duty in a few weeks' time when I commission the Law House, the 12-story office building which will house the offices of the Attorney General and the Ministry, and finally bring to an end the age-old office accommodation problem. I must declare a personal interest in it, as the building was started when I was Attorney General in the government of President John Agyekum Kufuor back in 2001. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge and share the frustration and deep disappointment we all have that the convergence of events and fate have conspired to place impediments on the path of the rapid development trajectory we were on. I'm proud that in spite of the dramatic financial crisis that we encountered in 2021, whose worst effects became manifest in 2022, the transformative measures we introduced in the first 4 years of office make it possible to showcase an impressive array of developmental projects across the length and breadth of the country. I do not intend to go through the long, even if interesting process of enumerating the projects the Akufo-Addo government has undertaken since coming into office, their location, and what state of completion they are in. Mr. Speaker, with the best will in the world, there simply will not be the time to do that, even if we spend all day here. It will be recalled that last year, during a message on the state of the nation, faced with a similar problem about road projects, I came to the House armed with a fat book that had the details of the road projects around the country, and all honorable members were given copies to go through at their own leisure. I haven't heard anybody point out one. This year, we're taking things to a higher level. This government, after all, is the digitalization government. And the man who has led the entire digitalization process these past 7 years my indefatigable vice president, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, Dr. Digitalization, the MPP's excellent presidential candidate for the 2024 election. Is coming out with what will allow everyone and everybody and anyone to check on every project being undertaken by the government without having to listen to the president's message on the state of the nation. We are calling it the performance tracker. You can check and satisfy yourself about the status of the projects and their location. And you could stop by and make a physical inspection if you were so minded. Mr. Speaker, if you want to check on roads, classroom blocks or chip compounds or Agenda 111 hospitals, or bridges, or science laboratories, or water projects or sanitation projects, or landing sites and harbors, and other infrastructural projects, or whatever this government use your tax money to execute, the key to your query is right there on your phone. Mr. Speaker, the performance tracker will be formally launched in March, and I'm offering it as the device which will help bring accountability into your hands. With the performance tracker, we can be sure that never again will pictures of an artist's impression be offered as projects that have been completed. I'm able to recommend the performance tracker in the sure knowledge that the Akufo-Addo government has done more in education in terms of student enrollment, teacher training and employment, provision of infrastructure than any government. We have similarly done more in health, agriculture, security, roads, railways, tourism, digitalization than any other government. Thanks to the performance tracker, the president no longer has to go through lists. And I have the confidence to say that every performance indicator used shows we have done more in these 7 years than in any of the 8 years under the National Democratic Congress. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on coming into office 7 years ago, my government took the decision, as we promised, to modernize and formalize the economy through digitalization. In this regard, we have embarked on one of the most far-reaching Mr. Speaker, come what may, I will have my day in Hansard. I will have my day in Hansard. Come what may. Believe me. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on coming into office 7 years ago, my government took the decision, as we promised, to modernize and formalize the economy through digitalization. In this regard, we have embarked on one of the most far-reaching digitalization exercises in Africa. Up from the figure of 900,000 which we inherited when we came into office in 2017, we have thus far enrolled 17.6 million on the Ghana card, and therefore provided unique biometric identity to the majority of Ghanaians. We've also implemented a digital property address system with unique addresses for all properties in Ghana. Furthermore, through the implementation of mobile money interoperability, we've also provided access to financial services for adult Ghanaians through mobile money accounts that are interoperable with bank accounts. Ghana is now ranked #1 in Africa in terms of access to financial inclusion. We have digitalized the provision of public services at the ports, DVLA, NHIS, GRA, births and deaths, Registrar of Companies, ECG, Ghana Water, amongst others. Ghana is ranked #1 in West Africa and #7 in Africa in e-governance. We have also implemented the use of drones in the delivery of medicines, blood, and vaccines. And Ghana currently runs the world's largest medical drone delivery service. We have also networked all teaching regional and district hospitals, and patient records can easily be accessed in these hospitals without the need for a folder. Ghana is making giant strides in the area of digitalization, thereby improving transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the public sector and accelerating the growth of our economy. We are definitely going to be part of the digital revolution that is sweeping the world. Mr. Speaker, last year when I came to the House to deliver the annual message on the state of the nation, we were in the midst of negotiations with the International Monetary Fund. We were faced with a very difficult situation and had to take a lot of unpleasant but unavoidable measures to bring stability and confidence back to the economy. These included tax measures that we did not like, but we knew we had to take in the knowledge that the medicine will be bitter but temporary. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, I also stated the decision to undertake a comprehensive debt restructuring of our domestic and external debt to ensure we remain resolute in our objective to restore macroeconomic stability and sustainable growth. The decision was not an easy one, considering the complex and diverse domestic debt landscape. We had to consider safeguarding the financial sector, preserving social and economic conditions, and protecting our domestic debt market. A year on, I'm happy to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that we have made significant progress. We requested an unprecedented number of bondholders to participate in a voluntary exchange, and we were able to exchange successfully some 203 billion cedis worth of bonds. Not only was the exchange successful, but it helped us to secure within 5 months, the shortest possible time in recent debt restructuring history, a staff-level agreement to an executive board agreement with the IMF. My gratitude goes to all financial sector players, organized labor, firms, regulatory institutions, and all individuals who made this painful exercise successful. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, government successfully paid the first coupon of 2.3 billion cedis on the new bonds on 22nd August 2023. At the time, that was the single biggest payout of domestic payments in a single day for Ghana. We then paid 2 billion and 60 million cedis for the last leg of the domestic debt exchange on 5th September 2023. A week ago last Tuesday, on 20th February 2024, the second coupon of 5.8 billion cedis was paid to domestic bondholders. This is the largest coupon paid in a day in Ghana's history. On the external debt side, we achieved a significant milestone by reaching an agreement with our public creditors. And I'll use this occasion to express our appreciation to the Republic of France and the People's Republic of China, co-chairs of the Official Creditors Committee, for their positive roles in this achievement. We've also intensified our engagement with our external bondholders on the principles of transparency, fair treatment, consistency with the IMF debt sustainability analysis, and good faith. We are focused and committed to accelerating the process. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to concluding the external debt restructuring process as soon as possible, so we move past the crisis. This will enable us to complete substantially projects that have been constrained due to financial challenges. In the meantime, some of the priority projects have been transferred onto the GOG budget with the same fiscal space to ensure their completion. This will enable the Kumasi International Airport, with some 98% complete, to be completed by May. Other projects like the Akufo-Addo Teaching Hospital, CAF, maternity block in Kumasi, the Takoradi Interchange, the Bechebilamti Interchange in Accra, the University of Environment Sustainable Development Project at Bunso in the Eastern Region, Phase 2 of the construction of roads in Tamale, and the construction of the 84-kilometer railway line between Tema and Akosombo would also be completed. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that an alternative source of funding has also been secured for the reconstruction and completion of La Hospital project as a fully functional modern hospital with the necessary equipment for diagnosis and treatment. The contractor has been paid an advance mobilization of 15%, representing some 7.5 million United States dollars, and work has begun. The project commenced effectively in January this year and will be completed in 28 months. Mr. Speaker, it is important to underline that the recent change in the leadership of the Finance Ministry will not affect government's determined commitment to implementing the terms agreed with the IMF to ensure that we restore the economy to healthy growth as soon as possible. Indeed, the macroeconomy was much stronger at the end of 2023 than in 2022. Inflation, which peaked at 54.4% in December 2022, has reduced to 23.5% in January 2025. Real GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2023 averaged 2.8%, higher than the targeted growth rate of 1.5% for 2023. The CD has been largely stable since February 2023, with a cumulative depreciation of 9% between February and December 2023. Gross international reserves reflected a significant buildup of over 5.9 billion United States dollars, enough to cover 2.7 months of import of goods and services. The current account turned positive at 1.4% of GDP at the end of September 2023, from negative 2.1% at the end of December 2022. Generally, the macroeconomic indicators are once again all pointing in the right direction. I should point out that in all our discussions with the fund, a paramount consideration has been to ensure that the poor and vulnerable do not bear the brunt of the sacrifices that have to be made. Programs like LEAP, school feeding and capitation grant have been protected and indeed enhanced. Mr. Speaker, right from the start of this government coming into office, we have sought to place the maximum effort on the education and training of the youth as the base for building the prosperous nation we seek. A foreign statesman once posed the question, and I quote, "Why am I the first member of my parliament in 1,000 generations to have gone to the university?" Unquote. In the past 7 years, I've met many people, young and old, across the country who have told me about the first person in their families, in their communities, to have gone to senior high school. They might well ask the question, why are they the first boy or girl in their family to have gone to senior high school? The answer is not far-fetched. Not being able to go to secondary school for lack of money was so widespread and accepted phenomenon that it led to some people thinking senior high school was not meant for them or their children or for people from their village. And therefore, a child in the family finishing junior school and moving on to senior high school was simply not factored in their expectations. Mr. Speaker, free SHS might be labeled by its detractors as a mere political slogan that must be demonized. But it is, in fact, a transformative program that has broken myths and liberated minds. It is humbling on one hand and frightening on the other to think of the sheer number of talents the free SHS has unearthed that would otherwise have ended their formal education at BECE. I know we will get more engineers, doctors, architects, scientists, writers, and poets out of the increased numbers of those attending senior high school who will go into further education. Even if they stop at high school, at senior high school, imagine what 1 million more secondary school educated young people will do to our self-confidence and the value of our workforce. That alone makes free SHS worthwhile. I'm proud that the NPP government under my leadership has been able to bring this transformative policy into our education system. Mr. Speaker, I believe the success of the free SHS policy has answered its critics, and the arguments about it should cease, and we should simply concentrate on finding ways to improve it. I'm particularly glad that the fears about lowering of standards have been allayed. Refreshingly, we witnessed through the 2023 batch of free SHS students the best WACC results in over a decade. Mr. Speaker, there's more to education than free SHS, and government has been paying equal attention to all the other sectors. Kindergarten, primary school, and junior high school must work together to give a solid foundation and strengthen the free SHS policy. The implementation of various programs, such as the capitation grant, feeding grants to special schools, BEC registration for pupils in public junior high schools, among others, have significantly increased access to education at the basic level. The focus of the comprehensive reforms within the sector has been to improve learning outcomes and ensure every child that goes through our education system is equipped with literacy and numeracy skills by the time they exit primary 6. A national standardized test for numeracy and reading skills is now being conducted at primary 4. Unfortunately, quite a number of children still manage to slip out of the net and miss going to school altogether or drop out at primary school. The Ministry of Education partnered with key development allies to launch an innovative financing program called the Ghana Educational Outcome Project, GEOP. The goal of GEOP is to provide educational support to 72,000 out-of-school children, helping them access complementary education and transition into formal schools. I'm happy to report that 17,340 out-of-school children have been taken through the program and mainstreamed into formal schools in 2023. This program has worked so well, it won the GovTech Prize Award in February 2024 at the World Government Summit held in Dubai. Government has remained committed to improving the teaching and learning of STEM education at the pre-tertiary level. Key interventions have included increasing our ability to produce STEM professionals and also meeting 21st century skills. Accordingly, the curriculum has been overhauled to include STEM career pathways such as aviation and aerospace science, biomedical science, engineering, computer science, manufacturing, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Government has also increased its investment in infrastructure for science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, STEM education at the pre-tertiary level. The construction of 10 STEM schools and 10 STEM centers has commenced across the country, with 7 STEM model schools having been operationalized. These schools have been equipped with state-of-the-art laboratories and classrooms, dormitories, assembly halls, dining halls, and conducive environments to foster teaching and learning. The operationalized schools have a total enrollment at present of 2,400 students reading general science and STEM. Mr. Speaker, in recognizing the critical role of technical and universal and vocational education and training in the country's industrialization agenda, the government continued implementing key reforms in the TVET space, including the expansion of the free senior high school program to include students in public TVET institutes. Mr. Speaker, a lot of resources has gone into the provision of infrastructure at all levels of the educational system, but a lot remains to be done. Many basic schools require more adequate classrooms and furniture, and the environment in some of these schools can be made more suitable for learning and teaching. Some of the senior high schools, especially the community schools recently absorbed into the formal GES structure, lack the facilities that these established schools take for granted. We must all express our gratitude to the teachers in such schools who manage, in spite of the difficulties, to bring out the best in their students and sometimes succeed in achieving great results. They exemplify the best in the Ghanaian and give us hope for the future. Indeed, the one tablet per student policy at the senior high school level is being rolled out and will formally be launched by me next month. It is a great tool to help bridge the gap between disadvantaged and privileged students. Mr. Speaker, free SHS and our no guarantor policy under the Student Loan Trust Fund are breaking down financial barriers for students seeking higher education. By eliminating the requirement for a guarantor, we have empowered students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds to pursue their educational aspirations without undue financial burden. This has meant a substantial increase in the number of students seeking tertiary education. And it is in response to this increase, the government has decided to establish 4 new universities in Mampong in the Ashanti region, Akrodia in the Bono region, Bonsu in the Eastern region, and Kintapo in the Bono East region, and expand the facilities in existing ones. We are pursuing interventions towards achieving by 2030 the 40% gross tertiary enrollment ratio, up from the current level of 18.8%, as well as the 60-40 science to humanities ratio from the current one of 40 to 60, as captured in the Education Strategic Plan of 2018 to 2030. Mr. Speaker, between 2012 and early 2017, there was nothing more demoralizing than the phenomenon we called doomsday. It was symptomatic of a dysfunctional system, and it caused widespread depression amongst businesses and households. After that experience, my government was determined that doomsday would not be inflicted upon Ghana and Ghanaians under an MPP government. Shouts will not wish doomsday away in our history. It will not. After that experience, my government was determined that doomsday would not be inflicted upon Ghana and Ghanaians under an MPP government. And I'm glad to be able to say, so far, so good. We've managed to keep the lights on these last 7 years, even in the midst of a financial crisis. We've managed the NFT sector with discipline and expertise to avoid a repetition of the hardships inflicted on Ghanaians some years ago. Furthermore, through determined, skillful negotiation, we have been able to reduce considerably the energy sector debt that we inherited. Indeed, the government negotiating team carried out a successful reconciliation exercise with the IPPs and ECG, which established that the IPP arrears position was not the $1.6 billion that had been previously reported in the media, but was actually $1.2 billion. That is savings of some $400 million. Additionally, The government negotiating team has reached commercial agreements on headline terms for the restructuring of power purchase agreements and arrears with AXA, Amandi, SemPower, Senate, and Early Power, and is finalizing remaining definitive documentation of such terms, which will result in total expected savings in excess of $9.1 billion over the lifespan of the IPP projects. In the meantime, ECG has been able to secure a fixed monthly energy purchase price with all the IPPs. This has led to a monthly payment of 43 million United States dollars instead of the 77 million United States dollars. That is monthly savings of $34 million, or a 44% reduction in monthly payments, a far better outcome than the take-or-pay system we inherited. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that we're making admirable progress in the provision of electricity to all parts of the country. Last year, 207 communities were connected to the grid, taking the current national access rate, electricity access rate, to 88.85%. We are aiming to achieve universal access this year by connecting an additional 400 communities to the national grid under the self-help electrification program and other turnkey projects. As part of efforts to improve power system reliability in the middle and northern parts of Ghana, government took a decision to relocate the 250 megawatt Ameri plant from Abuazi to Anwamaso in Kumasi. The Volta River Authority has successfully relocated 6 units of the Ameri plant with capacity of 150 megawatts, which are currently being tested and commissioned in Kumasi. The authority is taking steps to relocate the remaining 4 units before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, we're also making steady progress in our commitment to increase the component of renewable energy to our energy generation mix. A 4 megawatt floating solar PV on the Bui Reservoir, as well as the 15 megawatt solar PV at Kaleo, have been completed and both are operational. They have contributed to increasing our share of solar energy in the generation mix to 3.2%. A 100 megawatt solar PV is under construction at Bui, as is the mini-grid electrification program ongoing in the Adan East District, all of which will help us attain our target of 10% renewable energy in our generation mix by 2030. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, we have committed ourselves to the development of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. As I indicated at the U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit and the International Framework for Nuclear Energy Cooperation Ministerial Conference held in Accra in November last year, the first of its kind in Africa, our energy transition plan envisages 30% of our electricity production to be from nuclear energy by 2070, which is the core mandate of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization, GNPPO, an entity under the office of the President. This strong commitment and position are geared towards the provision of clean and affordable electricity to drive our industrialization agenda. It is also meant to position Ghana as a net power exporter in the ECOWAS region through the West African Power Pool. Mr. Speaker, we have also succeeded in having the Secretariat of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, CVF, an intergovernmental forum of 58 of the most climate vulnerable countries, representing some 1.4 billion people located in Accra. Mr. Speaker, we have all heard about the Gold for Oil program. It has been explained, debated, and talked about. At this moment, all I want to say about it that the Go for Oil program has worked well and reduced significantly forex pressures on bulk energy storage, transportation, and bulk imports. Distribution and export companies enable them to negotiate more competitive premiums with suppliers. Premiums dropped from $180 to $200 per metric ton to $70 per metric ton or less. This also resulted in reduced and stabilized prices at the pumps of between 12 to 13 cedis per liter for the whole of 2023. We're taking steps to rectify some of the handicaps that have limited the full participation of Ghanaians in the oil and gas industry. For years, the well-paid jobs in the industry were taken exclusively by foreign nationals because we did not have people qualified in these fields. Last year, 150 young Ghanaians were trained and certified as mechanical maintenance technicians, electrical technicians, instrumentation technicians, and production process technicians up to the industry standards. Additionally, 5 young Ghanaians underwent a 10-month welding inspector training program at the North Alberta Institute of Technology in Canada. They have since been placed in various technical institutions in Ghana as instructors. Ghanaians will soon fill the well-paid positions on our oil fields because we have the trained and qualified personnel. Things are looking up. Mr. Speaker, it is quite likely that the most talked about subject in our country is roads and highways. When I appeared in the House last year, as I said earlier, I took the extraordinary step of coming with a fat book that detailed all the work that the government had done and was doing on roads since coming into office in 2017. I believe it was generally agreed that it was impressive, but it was not enough to satisfy everyone. Well, the work continues, even though some of the major road works have been temporarily interrupted as a result of the debt negotiation. As I said earlier, all the details will be available on the performance tracker. Other modes of movement around the country are being built and upgraded to open up the country and make travel easier. Mr. Speaker, the new standard gauge railway line from the port of Tema to Mapakadai in the Asildaman district, of the eastern region, covering a distance of some 100 kilometers, is at the final stage of completion. By the middle of the year, the line will be commissioned for operations to commence with brand new standard gauge diesel multiple unit trains, the first of their kind to be used in our country. It is worth mentioning that a rail bridge is being built across the Volta as part of this railway line. I have no doubt it will attract a lot of interest. I'm a great believer in the importance of aesthetics as much as the practical, and that is why I encourage the constructors to construct the railway bridge, which was not a part of the original contract, across the Volta to make the journey more scenic. Nearly made me choke on my glass of water. Extraordinary statement to make. The development is on course of a new standard gauge Western Railway line to serve passengers, the mining sector, as well as support industrialization to boost the development and growth of this nation. The plans for the extension of the railway line to Paga might not materialize during the rest of my administration, but I'm sure they will not be abandoned. Mr. Speaker, there's no argument that food self-sufficiency is the basic requirement for national security and the foundation for building a prosperous nation. Last year, government reviewed the Planting for Food and Jobs, PFJ program, which had been implemented since 2019. Based on lessons learned, government developed and launched under the dynamic leadership of the new Minister for Food and Agriculture, everybody who knows me knows I don't drink alcohol. Last year, government reduced the Planting for Food and Jobs program, which had been implemented since 2017. Based on lessons learned, government developed and launched under the dynamic leadership of the new Minister for Food and Agriculture, the second phase of the PFJ. The second phase of the PFJ sets out a 5-year agenda to ensure food self-sufficiency and resilience. Strategic targets have been set for 11 priority products in the immediate term, September to December 2023. Short term, year 2024. Medium term, 2025-2026. And the long term, 2026-2028. The selected products are maize, rice, soybeans, sorghum, tomato, pepper, onion, cassava, yam, plantain, and poultry. So I'm happy to report that production estimates for these priority products reveal that the planned targets for the year have been exceeded for all the products except poultry. Poultry obviously requires extra attention. And that is exactly what we're doing. We have every intention of meeting the domestic production targets for poultry this year, 2024, and moving on to production levels that will lead to reduction in poultry imports. We envisage a vigorous cooperation between government and the private sector to achieve the set target. Mr. Speaker, the surest way of making agriculture attractive to young people is to take the drudgery out of farming. And government is continuing to make agricultural machinery and equipment easily available. Under the third and final tranche of the Brazil More Food program, tractors with accompanying implements, power tillers with accessories, maize shellers, units of combined pharmacists and rice millers have been distributed to farmers, processors, and mechanization service providers on hire purchase agreement. This year, under the Indian Exim facility, tractors with matching implements, planters, boom sprayers, combine harvesters, and corn pickers will also be made available. Mr. Speaker, having determined that large-scale commercial farming is the easiest way to achieve our set goal of food self-sufficiency, government under the second phase of the PFJ will establish agricultural zones as a complementary initiative to address the issue of access to large tracts of agricultural land, to drive sustainable and commercially oriented agriculture. This will significantly expand Ghana's productive capacity in products such as rice, soybean, maize, and tomato. Indeed, between 2021 and 2023, rice imports fell by some 45%. In 2021, rice imports amounted to 805,000 metric tons. In 2022, 650,000 metric tons. and in 2023, 450,000 metric tons. This healthy trajectory will continue until we achieve full sufficiency in rice production. For each agricultural zone, government will partner with the private sector to provide the necessary irrigation infrastructure, develop access roads, expand power, solar and hydro, and provide mechanization services. Various locations across the country with potential to be food baskets have been identified for the establishment of the agricultural zones. They include the Afram Plains, Chopoli, Kumawu, Kratche, and Nkranza, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, we all witnessed a spectacular increment of the cocoa price from 800 cedis per bag to 1,300 cedis. To 1,300 cedis per bag. In the current cocoa season, the highest increase in 50 years. With the current trend of the world cocoa price, cocoa farmers can be sure that I will do right by them in the next cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, government has begun the development of 7,100 hectares irrigation infrastructure in 5 identified economic enclaves within the Afram Plains agricultural zone. Work is also continuing towards the completion of the Temne Phase 3 extension and via irrigation schemes. This will make additional 1,150 acres of irrigable land available for cultivation of rice and vegetables. The Ghana Irrigation Development Authority will continue with the development of small earth dams in the northern, upper east, upper west, northeast, and savannah regions to support the One Village, One Dam initiative. Whilst at it, Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten about the welfare and well-being of our fisher folk. My government has completed the construction of 12 coastal fish landing sites at Axim and Discove in the western region, Moray, Mountford, Winneba, Sing-a-thon, Gomwa-Fete, Otuam, and Infantsiman in the central region, Kessi and Osu in the greater Accra region, and Kita in the Volta region. Additionally, I had the pleasure in May last year of commissioning the newly constructed Elmina Fishing Harbor in the central region, much against the hopes of the naysayers. And God willing, soon this year, I will also commission the Jamestown Fishing Harbor, which currently stands at 88% complete and is expected to be ready by August 2024. Mr. Speaker, to help address the incidence of premixed fuel diversion and holding, government last year completed the installation of 50 out of the 300 premixed fuel automated dispenser. My expectation is that the remaining automated dispensers will be installed by September this year to help optimize the distribution of premixed fuel. Government will continue to take decisive actions, such as the close season, to help safeguard the ocean's capacity to regenerate and to continue to deliver substantial economic, environmental, and social value for our development. Mr. Speaker, last year, Ghana regained her position as the leading producer of gold in Africa, having overtaken South Africa. Our gold production reached an unprecedented 4 million ounces, according to preliminary reports. This is as a result of the progressive policies we have been implementing, which have led to the revival of dormant mines like the Obuasi and Vibiani mines and the expansion of existing ones. The reduction in withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners from 3% to 1.5% has resulted in some 900% increment in gold export from the small-scale sector over the last 2 years. Leveraging on these resources, we introduced the innovative gold for oil policy, which accounts for some 30% of our total crude oil consumption. Currently, 3 large-scale mines are under construction in Ahafo, Upper East, and Upper West regions, with Cardinal Namdini set to pour its first gold in the Upper East region in the last quarter of this year. With these new nines, our gold production is expected to increase to some 4.5 million ounces annually. Mr. Speaker, to add value to these volumes of production, we have constructed through a public-private partnership a 400-kilogram capacity gold refinery, and we're in the final stages of negotiations for a London Bullion Market Association certificate. For our green minerals, including lithium, we have put in place a policy for their exploitation and management to ensure beneficiation across the value chain of these critical minerals. Mr. Speaker, as it has been widely reported, Newman Corporation, the world's largest gold-producing company, which operates 2 huge mines in our country and is constructing a third, has announced its intention to sell its Achim mine in the eastern region, the 3rd largest mine in the country, which produced some 420,000 ounces of gold in 2022. As part of government's policy to modernize the mining sector, to indigenize the mining sector, we will engage with Newman to give priority to Ghanaian investors who will want to acquire this mine, to ensure that our mineral resources better benefit the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work to ensure the protection of our forests and wildlife resources while reclaiming degraded forests. Some 42 million trees have been planted over the last 3 years under the Green Ghana project, and some 690,000 hectares of degraded forests have been cultivated between 2017 and 2022 under the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy. Mr. Speaker, the main cornerstone of our move towards the industrial transformation of Ghana is the One District, One Factory policy, this government's iconic flagship initiative. It demonstrates how government can stimulate and incentivize the private sector to expand and diversify manufacturing across the country by harnessing locally available raw materials. It is significant to note that within the relatively short span of 6 years, government has directly intervened to stimulate interest in and support many private sector business promoters to make significant investments in manufacturing under the One District, One Factory program. Mr. Speaker, this has led to the development of 321 IDF 1D1F projects consisting of 211 new medium to large-scale factories and the conscious enabling of 110 existing companies to inject significant capital investments into the expansion of production facilities and diversification of products. These business promoters has so far invested in 142 districts across the country, across all 16 regions, and achieving 54% district coverage. The aspiration is to bring a 1D1F project to every district. Speaker, within this period, some 170,000 jobs have been created under the novel ID 1D1F program by companies in operation. The Speaker, government approved a number of incentives, including duty exemptions to support the implementation of the 1D1F program. In 2019 and 2020, 37 1D1F companies were granted exemptions approval by this august House. However, from 2021 to date, no exemptions have been granted. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to consider and approve all the outstanding exemption applications as a matter of urgency. To send positive signals to the business community. The exemptions law that you have passed provides for such exemptions under existing laws. To speak of the other initiative aimed at stimulating industrial growth that we have been actively promoting is automotive assembly and component manufacturing. It is universally recognized as a key strategic sector for stimulating industrial transformation. The comprehensive automotive development policy launched by government in August 2019 has undoubtedly been the catalyst that has attracted a record number of 12 original equipment manufacturers, including Volkswagen, Toyota, Suzuki, Nissan, Peugeot, Kia, Hyundai, Honda, to set up assembly plants and produce a range of models here in Ghana. The Speaker, it is noteworthy that these investments have been accompanied with complementary initiatives to build the necessary engineering and technical skills in Ghana. Toyota Ghana has partnered the School of Engineering Sciences of the University of Ghana to establish and operate a modern auto engineering training center for engineering students and the industry to acquire applied auto engineering training. Similarly, Kia Motor Company of Korea has upgraded the Rana Motors West African vehicle assembly with state-of-the-art equipment for training of auto repair and maintenance technicians, including repair and maintenance of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, to spur our industrialization, we're implementing the 4-project agenda of the Ghana Integrated Aluminum Development Corporation, GIADEC, with projects 1 and 2 having already taken off. And last month, we signed an agreement for the implementation of project 3. Mr. Speaker, we will lay before this august House, at this first meeting of this session of Parliament, a legislative instrument to prohibit the export of bauxite in its raw state. We're also in the concluding phase of discussions for the establishment of a $450 million US refinery to refine the manganese we produce. Speaker, we have all long acknowledged that trade between African countries must increase if we are to make any headway with our dreams of prosperity on the continent. I'm happy to report that the setting up of the AFCFTA, with headquarters here in Ghana, is beginning to show positive results. Ghana is one of the 7 countries selected to participate in the Guided Trade Initiative, GTI, of the AFCFTA Secretariat. And this has enabled us to make significant inroads into East Africa, notably Kenya and Tanzania. Over 700 AFCFTA certified products from Ghana, like cosmetics, processed foods, beverages, coconut oil, shea butter, and garments, have been targeted at the AFCFTA market under the Guided Trade Initiative. I'd like to make special mention of Casapreco Company Limited, one of our iconic local beverage manufacturers, which has commenced exports to the Kenyan market. It is the fact worth celebrating that many other Ghanaian companies now have set their horizons way beyond the shores of our country and see the entire African continent as the market to aim at. Mr. Speaker, in speaking about the workspace and jobs, our thoughts inevitably turn to young people and, for some people, to the formal sector and formal sector jobs. We often forget that formal sector employees form only a small part of the working population. This small percentage of the working population tends to be the ones that are covered by pension schemes, and unfortunately, the majority of workers in the country do not have any pension schemes. To that extent, in May last year, SNET launched a self-employed enrollment drive, SEED, an initiative which seeks to improve coverage and increase the contributor base of the SNET scheme. Since the launch of the SNED initiative, some 600,000 self-employed persons have been enrolled onto the program and now have some form of social security cover. Effective 1st January 2024, all pensioners on the SNED pension payroll as of 31st December 2023 have had their monthly pensions increased by 15%. This translates to 10.05% of effective increase for the highest earning pensioners and 36.37% effective increase for the lowest earning pensioners. The 15% indexation rate will result in an additional expenditure of 697 million cedis. The total benefit expenditure for government under the SNED scheme alone is projected to increase from 5.4 billion cedis in 2023 to 7 billion cedis in 2024. Mr. Speaker, I believe we can say with certainty that in the tourism sector, Ghana is finally realizing her long-promised potential. Starting from the events and excitement of the year of return in 2019, Ghana has truly become an attractive tourist destination, with visitors' numbers increasing every year. December in G8 is now an established and increasingly attractive phenomenon, which brings visitors to our country in the month of December and has changed the events calendar around the Christmas holiday season in Accra and many other towns. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park was constructed in 1992, government has undertaken a full modernization rehabilitation of the facility. Since the commissioning of the modernized park in July 2023, the number of domestic and international visitors has risen dramatically. A national newspaper reporting on activities at the revamped park had a screaming headline which said, "Akufo-Addo resurrects Nkrumah." That gave me pause for a moment, but on reflection, I decided I would accept it, be it a compliment or criticism or in addition to the collection of sayings by elders. Whatever it is, since the commissioning, there have been 208,557 domestic and international visitors to the park between 14th July and 31st December 2023. Speaker, compare that, if you may, with the best performance until then, which was in the year of return in 2019, when there were 126,190 visitors in the year. Other facilities are being upgraded, and it's good to know that the private sector is showing interest in getting into the development of tourist attractive sites. Mr. Speaker, the National Museum Gallery, which had been closed down since 2015, has also been fully refurbished. It attracted over 35 visitors in 2023, and I'm particularly pleased that school children form a good part of the visitors to these sites. The first ever Kente Museum, aimed at preserving the cultural heritage in Ghana, has been built at Boonway in the Ashanti region and was recently commissioned by the Second Lady. Preparatory works and designs for the construction of the Heroes Park, a museum to commemorate the founding fathers of Ghana, the Big Six, J.B. Dankwa, Emmanuel Obecha Bilamche, Edward Akufo-Addo, Ebenezer Akwaje, William Uforiata, Kwame Nkrumah, were completed in December 2023, and construction will commence very soon. Mr. Speaker, government through the National Film Authority is committed to supporting the production of world-class content and films, as well as increasing the cinema infrastructure in Ghana and by extension on the continent. To this end, a favorable fiscal tax regime for cinema projects, including income tax and VAT incentives, import duty exemptions on film production equipment, 20% tax rebate for strategic film productions and film financing reliefs, is being elaborated by cabinet, which will be outdoored very soon and should provide another tangible reason for the choice of Ghana as a film production country. Mr. Speaker, in line with government's commitment to ensure gender equality, the revised National Gender Policy and the Affirmative Action Bill were approved by Cabinet in October 2023. The Affirmative Action Bill is currently before Parliament for consideration and approval, and we count on the support of members of Parliament for speedy passage of the bill. The Ghana Enterprise Agency, GEA, is implementing an Only Women Support Program where micro, small, and medium enterprises owned by women with the potential of scaling up their operations, increasing sales, and creating sustainable jobs will receive liquidity support. The GEA is also implementing the U-Star program, a youth empowerment program, which recently disbursed 100 million cedis to some 3,000 youth beneficiaries to upscale their businesses. Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing some interventions directed at providing support for persons with disabilities. In June last year, a significant boost was given to micro, small, and medium enterprises owned by persons with disabilities when government launched a 12 million CD PWD Enterprise Support Program. This grant support program, under the Ghana Transformative Project, is being funded with the support of the World Bank. Again, the Youth Employment Agency has initiated a groundbreaking employment drive targeting 282 persons with disabilities who used to work at poll booths. Speaker, let me now turn to football, a sport that is dear to the hearts of all Ghanaians. I'm sure I disclose no state secret if I state that I am myself an ardent football enthusiast and once played in the University of Ghana team with my friend, the late President John Evans Atta Mills, Fifi to me. Throughout the years, the national team, the Black Stars, has held a special place in the affection of Ghanaians. They lifted up our spirits as they dominated Africa and won 4 continental trophies. They have at other times broken our hearts, but it was not until 2006 that the Black Stars finally broke through to the world stage when they qualified for the World Cup for the first time. You will remember that we rose up as one in our support, and they did not disappoint. Then came the spectacular South Africa 2010 World Cup and its drama, when we almost became the first African side to reach the semifinals of the World Cup. It is fair to say that since the sad events of Brazil 2014, many Ghanaians have been left disappointed by some of the recent results of the Black Stars. Their various attempts have been made to revive the fortunes of the national team and rebuild the enthusiasm of the people with varying degrees of success. The recent AFCON in Cote d'Ivoire was probably the nadir of the performance of Black Stars. and has left the nation saddened. However, I am quite certain that the young men and the technical handlers were themselves who wanted to make our nation proud. And I believe that the captain, Andre Dede Ayew, meant every word when he rendered heartfelt apologies on behalf of his teammates to all Ghanaians for the team's early exit. Speaker, I believe it is time for us to take a long-term, far-sighted approach to correct what has gone wrong. It is time to return to scouting, grooming, and developing talent at the grassroots level under a presidential policy on football that I intend to unveil very soon. The School Sports Department of the Ministry of Education will work hand in hand with the Ministry of Youth and Sports in collaboration and synergy with the Ghana Football Association to build district, regional, and national juvenile teams for both girls and boys. The more than 150 AstroTurf pitches constructed throughout the country under this administration provide the foundational facilities to make a start as we strive to provide more of them, which will see a steady progression of talent up the ladder from the junior juvenile teams to the senior sides based on merit and nothing else. A similar approach has been tried before under the 5-year football development plan led by the late Ben Kofi, initiated under the MPP administration of President J. Akufo-Addo. It was under this plan that talents such as Michael Essien, Sule Muntari, John Mensah, Derek Boateng, and later Asamoah Gyan and Stephen Appiah were discovered and nurtured. The results became evident to us and the world. It takes time, dedication, and patience. We cannot harvest where we have not planted and irrigated. I have no doubt at all that the Black Stars will rise and make us proud again. Mr. Speaker, the senior women's team, the Black Queens, who do not get half the attention the Black Stars get, have been performing quite creditably. They've gone for 10 months without any loss until last December, and then when they lost narrowly to Namibia in the qualifying ground for the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations. Even though they lost narrowly to Zambia in the first leg of the qualifiers for the 2024 Olympic Games, let us wish them well in the second leg to be played in Lusaka tomorrow. I hope they give us something to cheer about. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to report that all the preparations are ready for Ghana to welcome sportsmen and women from around the continent to participate in the 13th edition of the African Games. It seems incredible, but this is the first time that Ghana will be hosting these games. It's taken a lot of courage to have persisted with the decision to host the games, especially when our financial problem came in the midst of the preparations. But I am glad we went ahead. The preparations are all complete, and I was excited and very pleased with what I saw at Botima when I went to commission the Games Village some 2 weeks ago. We have high-class sporting facilities which will serve us well long after the Games are over. Some of the events will take place at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. It is worth noting that this is a facility started under former President J. Akufo-Addo and was abandoned by successor governments. I'm extremely proud that this project has been finished under my stewardship, not just because of the Games, but also because it has taken 75 years of existence for Legon, Ghana's premier university, to have a sports stadium. I urge all Ghanaians to make our visitors welcome and to patronize the Games and cheer on the participants. Mr. Speaker, this is the 7th time that I've appeared before this House as President to give an accounting of the state of our nation. Luckily for me, I know my way around the place, having spent 12 memorable years here as a member of Parliament. And therefore, even on the few occasions the sections of the House did not want to make me welcome, I was still able to manage. I have one more scheduled date with the House when I will be here to give an accounting of my time in office. By that time, my successor would have been elected. and we will be getting ready for the swearing-in ceremony. The elections will be held peacefully, and the candidate with credibility to take us on to a higher level will win. Let me wish all of us well in the elections on 7th December. Before then, a number of important tasks lie ahead of us, one of which will be commissioning the Nana Adjournment Prempeh I International Airport in Kumasi, and naming the recently commissioned airport in Tamale the Yakubu Tali International Airport of Tamale. Mr. Speaker, we stumbled, but we are rising again. We were bruised, but we are healing. We have recovered our footing. We have dusted ourselves off, and now we face tomorrow with confidence. Every day we pray and hope that adversity may spare our families, our communities, and our dear nation. But should we be confronted by misfortune, we must face it like people with a proud history who fight and do not flee. Yenim Kum, Yenim Jani. That is the Ghanaian spirit. That is our armor and our shield. This is our ethos. Let us believe in Ghana. I believe in Ghana. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
No, you do.
It's not.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I think it's proper and right for us to offer to our revered, distinguished guests for the delay in the commencement of today's proceedings. We have, and we owe it as a duty to let Ghanaians know and our audience why today there was a delay in the commencement of proceedings. And I would want to, on your behalf, also apologize to them for that delay. It was due to circumstances beyond our control. Honorable members, we were compelled to attend to some debilitating constraints to the House, and that kept us a few, I should say, an hour behind schedule. And I want to apologize for that delay. Honorable members, we also, in acknowledging the presence of the dignitaries here in the House, failed to mention some very important statesmen who are with us today. And it's proper that we acknowledge their presence. We have with us Dr. Hassan Ayaraga, founder of All People's Congress. We also have in our midst Mr. Ivor Kobina Greenstreet, who, as you all know, is a former Convention People's Party flag bearer. We also have the leader of the Liberty Party in the person of Mr. Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, the last but not the least is the Honorable David Apasera, who, as you know, was the chairman of the People's National Convention. They are all here with us. We apologize for the oversight, but as we say, Sankofa is permitted, and we have done that. Honorable members, the Speaker is very vigilant. And as I mentioned earlier on, the ability to catch the eye of the Speaker includes good behavior. And if for 4 years you are here and you are not able to catch the eye of the Speaker, I'm sure the good people of your constituency will not accept you again. So please, kindly abide by the code of conduct which you yourselves approved here on the floor of the House. With this, I want to, in accordance with Standing Order 72-4, convey to His Excellency, the President, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, but to emphasize that Ghana is out. Actually, we are down, but not out. And Ghana will rise again. Honorable members, on this note, honorable members, I want to call on the majority leader to indicate nature of the business on the floor. I don't want to go direct to tell him that this is an indication for him to move for an adjournment of the session. I say I don't want to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on such an auspicious occasion and considering the optimism with which Mr. President has spoken to the nation, and Mr. Speaker, you were right, and Mr. President himself acknowledged that considering the situation we find ourselves, we are down, but we rise again under the able leadership he is providing and the future which is assured. Mr. Speaker, we are, by the practice of this House, ready to debate Mr. President's message. Considering the situation we find ourselves as a country, Mr. Speaker, we are ready to debate this message now. However, Mr. Speaker, as has been the practice, members would want to prepare. And I noticed that the minority leader was jotting down a lot of notes. I need to remind him that I have with me the 2014, 2013, and the 2016 State of the Nation Address. And all of these were full of lamentations. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what he was actually jotting down. But if it was a debate he was preparing for, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure him that we will face him with this optimism and remind him of the lamentations of 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall pray that this House be adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon or soon thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I so move, and I urge my colleague to second the motion. That is a practice. He should second. He should just second. Today is not for debate. Mr. Speaker, fortunately for me, my mentor and coach is still available. I'll still take tutorials. Yes, indeed. Yes, that is true. There was a smooth transition. There was a smooth transition. We had a smooth transition. We had a smooth transition. We had a smooth transition. Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging Dr. Foster to only second this motion. The rules of the House are very clear. It shouldn't go outside of the rules. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Akufo-Addo, please second the motion and let's adjourn.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Yes, minority leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me, on behalf of the NDC minority, thank His Excellency the President for his message on the state of our nation. But, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment situation in our country is at a critical point. Mr. Speaker, the Hansard will record me today. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment situation in our country is at a critical point. Yet, we did not hear a word from our president on this matter. Mr. Speaker, out of 33 million population, only 11.3 million are employed. This number includes peasant farmers. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the 33 million and 11.3 million is what I call ninja. No income, no jobs, no assets.
Honorable members, whether you are a front bencher or a back bencher, I see you. Minority Leader, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, this means that 2 out of every 3 Ghanaian is unemployed. Mr. Speaker, 30% of our youth are jobless. And about 4.5 million Ghanaians plus, employable Ghanaians plus, are outside the labor force. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that this number have simply given up on their search for jobs because of years of frustration and disappointment. Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is hopeless. No wonder that an ordinary Ghanaian, including professionals, are leaving our shores in droves, in search for greener pastures. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, I am scandalized. I am shocked to the marrow to have noticed that our president, following the recent ministerial reshuffle, has increased the size of his government. Mr. Speaker, today we have a Minister of Finance Domestic and a Minister of Finance International. Mr. Speaker, $1 today is 13 cedis. During the time of President Mahama, $1, 3 cedis, 80 pesos. Mr. Speaker, a vote for Alhaji Bawumia is a vote for President Akufo-Addo's terror. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, Ghanaians voted for Vice President and are paying for the Vice President to support you to succeed. Mr. Speaker, you cannot fail, if the President cannot fail alone. The President will have to fail together with the Vice President. So, Mr. President, you have failed with your Vice President. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that Ghanaians will not miss President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. We know you are going. We can only wish you bye-bye. But you will never be missed. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I now put the question. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 28th February 2024 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank all of you for your understanding and cooperation, and the House is adjourned.
So what did you make of all of it, Mr. President, now exiting the chamber, extending some greetings, handshakes with his wife, Rebecca, then the second lady, Samira, of course, the chief of staff, Frima Osei Opare. He's making his way out, interacting now with some other members of parliament on the majority side. I see Katie Hammond in there, not close to him. Honorable Atachia in the precincts. He's shaking hands with the president now. The president's still making his way out of the chamber. But we'll be coming into the studio shortly. I just want to find out from you, those of you watching, especially those live on social media, what did you make of the address by Mr. President? What did you make of the address? But he said it, he had a special way of saying it. Anyway, he's still there, interacting with the leadership of the majority and in Parliament. And of course, once he exits, then everything else follows from there. They are paying their respect, showing their respect. The Member of Parliament for Asanwase there, Muntaka, interacting with the President, together with, is that Cletus? Avoka, I am seeing there. His hat nearly made me miss him. And there's the former Interior Minister as well, also interacting with Mr. President, just as he did with the front bench of the MPP. He's doing same with the front bench of the NDC. I see the former Energy is a power minister, also there, close to the current minority leader, Akufo-Addo, forcing. It's interesting, you know, when you look at the warm handshakes, and yet they will be vociferously opposed in Parliament. You can tell Dr. Bawumia may be saying, hey, but why you do it like that? Why you do it like that? And Addo says, but say, well, I wouldn't you can gather that it's something similar that they are doing. But other stalwarts, the former minority leader also getting his handshake together with others. The president finally making his way out of Parliament. But let me come into the studio now as we get ready to wrap. It is done now, the State of the Nation address. Gentlemen, we'll take sneak peeks. I hear we just might get some interactivity from Blessed Soga, who is in the precincts of Parliament, and Kweku Asante, who will be in the chamber somewhere. But I'll start with you, Raymond. Your takeaways. The president says the Attorney General, through his work, judgment debts that did not happen and all of that, has saved the economy some 10 trillion Ghana cedis. Why that look on your face?
No, I want to see the figures. I mean, yes, they say in fact-checking.
Let me lad. He takes the blame for, he says, as president, you take the blame for everything. Some say it was sarcastic, that he was basically reacting to Dr. Bawumia throwing him under the bus, so to speak. But then he went on to commend the vice president. Your major takeaways?
First, let's say I think this sounded like a comprehensive report on the state of the nation. It is one of those moments where he starts rather from security instead of the economy, which has been the standard that they mostly have the format on. Which presupposes
if you were the president, would you be talking clearly about the economy?
Yeah, but it's an election year, so
yes, so
the president. And with all this conversation about he not wanting to hand over, I think he's just, and the president always would want to respond once he gets the platform to speak. And you heard him talking about, in recent times, there are certain things about who takes responsibility, and when he gets into it. So
he jumps into it. So, I mean, the format sounded like that's not how he does this, because I've been looking at the previous years. He always starts with some economics, then moves on to the other areas. Then, but in this case, the security of the sub-region was very key to what he talked about. And, of course, infrastructure, agriculture, and talked about successes within the government, talks about some improvement from 2022 to 2023, and I suspect he toned down on Ukraine and Russia. He made it the background, but he didn't pivot his conversation on it.
He alluded to it, he pointed to it, but this time he avoided mentioning it by name.
Yeah, so it appears that shift, I mean, it was key to me. Now, the other point you also made about the Bawumia reference, nobody would miss
What do you think?
When I heard it first, my initial reaction is that the man is telling you all, everybody in the country, that anybody who purports that he gave me advice that I didn't take, I am in charge of the country. I'm the one that they voted for. I'm the one that went around soliciting votes in the country. In fact, it was my picture that was on the ballot, paper. And I take the ultimate decision. So I'm heavily responsible for it. Again, some may also construe it to be he's cutting Dr. Bawumia some slack and say, well, he might be my government, but he didn't take all the decisions, so give him the chance to implement his own vision, to do whatever he wanted to do so. But following from that, he later on came to heap some praises on Dr. Bawumia. Yeah. But that statement sounded a bit more like, if there's any doubt in anybody's mind about who was in charge of the economy, and the people who say that they gave me advice I didn't take, or are even alluding to that without saying that directly, they should be mindful of the fact that it starts and ends with me. The buck
stops with him.
So now, that's...
But having said that, what do you think about the songs in Parliament today? You remember the famous one, Driver Banza, Okun Krofomba, and that was because, I'm sure, because of the mate analogy.
The analogy. I mean,
it's also a mate, then it means someone was there.
Those shenanigans, well, I was not enthused that it started late, first and foremost.
They started pretty early.
That's in like...
Right from
And I'm talking about the event itself. 10, then we are starting somewhere around 11:30.
Yeah.
So the conduct of those songs, I didn't take it to heart like.
You didn't strike a chord with
Yeah, some very important things. I was keenly listening to the way he will structure his achievements, because I was expecting to list a lot of them. The way he talks about a certain optimistic future, he was laying out plans and commitments in areas which require attention. And I'm just asking myself, the president in his second or third year, or this is perhaps the last year that he has. And I counted almost 17 things that the president says will be happening before he leaves office. And I'm just asking myself whether these ones, then he renames them into priority places. For example,
speaking of renaming, he talks about renaming
the Kumasi Airport. I think one of the other events, one of the other places in the north too, he also talked about renaming that place.
By the time this administration is done, one record they would have set is in renaming.
I think there was scope for greater honesty on the areas that he has not done well. Okay. I didn't think he was forthright in many of the things he said around those areas, because prior to that, you remember, many had hoped that he would come and make some admissions. I mean, he basically came to say the things I said before, outlining more of and told us that there's a website where now we could go and check achievements instead of he listing the entire achievements till the rest of the day. I also jotted out something. I mean, he doesn't communicate any major reforms in governance going forward. Yes, so I said early on that I was expecting.
But technically, were you expecting
yes.
Where we are? You can't. It's like driving. Since we are talking driver and mate, you are going at a certain speed, at a certain tenor. You can't just veer off
the president
like that. You must stick to it.
He did a reshuffle for the people. I'm expecting that flowing from that, he will say, see, I've identified certain problems with all of these things after 7 years in office. These are areas I'm concentrating on in the last few months till I leave office to etch my name in gold in the Ghanaian history. I hope you get my point. So I didn't get that much of that. And some of the commitments too is making, as I said earlier on, you have a few months left. What you can do and what you cannot do is a bit problematic. Now, the minority that reference on employment, even though
so maybe a few more points, so I go to Winston as well.
I was hoping that he would have challenged the more recent talk, because the vice president said some time ago, millions have been done. He took certain sectors and said they have contributed. For example, 1D1F has done 170,000 or so. I was expecting a more comprehensive outlay that, listen, like he says of other things, when it comes to infrastructure in other areas, that we have employed more people than any other government. I wanted certain bold comments like that from him, if that was possible or reasonable, to be coming out of that. And, well, what could I have said differently from his achievements he listed and the very things he believes are supposed to be happening for the rest of the period? It was not, maybe I've heard Akufo-Addo over 7 good years, so now I'm a bit tired of, but it was not the overwhelming, powerful speech that the man delivered.
It can also be expected, especially as it's practically the end of his tenure and also pretty close to his 80th birthday.
Very much
March
so.
the 29th.
But I didn't get what I was expecting of a new future for this country.
All right. I saw some people on social media saluting him, that the mere fact that a close to 80-year-old man can stand and talk for this long and...
Akufo-Addo has proven to be very strong.
But at a point, I honestly got worried. I thought he was going to retch a bit or puke. Because
And the
he appeared...
I mean,
he literally went that... I don't know what was going on.
I don't get the point.
But he doesn't drink alcohol. He's a teetotaler.
Yeah, but
what's
why
your
would
problem?
anybody reference that? Why is that important? Why is that worth referencing?
Let me ask you, though, if you had to, based on what he said, and assess his legacy on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give him?
1 to 10?
Yeah.
I may have to think a bit more about that. But now let's put it somewhere around 5.
Okay, if we are focusing just on the SONA.
On the state of the nation and the things he listed.
And the delivery.
As against
how impressed you were by the delivery?
Oh, no, I think 4 will be fine.
4?
Yes.
Okay. Winston, over to you. Your take, your assessment, and you can give your score, if you will.
Well, my score is always going to be problematic, but I would move on to other things.
But your score is your score. What's your opinion?
When I say problematic, because I need to analyze a few things, which I'm not prepared to do today. I'll do it tomorrow on the Super Morning Show. I'll tell you my assessment. But I mean, that's just by the way. I think the bit about taking responsibility, I thought that once the president said, you know, the buck stops with the president, and I take responsibility, I take the blame for everything, he would have gone ahead to, you know, tell us the problems in the country and acknowledge that times are very hard. And he takes the blame. He's sorry for all the things that we've gone through, and probably would have given us some relief or indicated what may happen within the next few days by virtue of his finance minister coming to remove some of the, you know, these killer taxes that his advisor, the vice president, promises to, you know, abolish.
But he's not been taking advice from the man. Why do you still? Why do you want to harp on that? He's not taking advice. He's not taking the advice.
It's unwise not to take advice. The president. I mean, let me just quote that part verbatim. Let me just quote that part verbatim. Let me get the statement. I think it's on page 6 or so. I'm trying to pick the statement. Remember, if you have it really available.
So yes, it says the cabinet, the ministers of state all act in an advisory manner. Of course, a member of the government might take an idea, be generated by the president or an official, and turn it into a huge perception. But ultimately, the president is responsible and therefore takes the credit or the blame for whatever happens in his government. Let me make a second point. The programs that comes from the executive benefit the rigorous public examination and debate. Is that a point to what it
No, there's a point. Okay, no, let me just...
Because I don't think this substantiates what he's trying to make. He points to the fact that...
There's no ambiguity about where the buck stops. When it comes to responsibility for what happens in government, it stops to the president. He or she ultimately...
I still don't think that's the point.
It will be unwise.
Yes.
It will be an unwise president that would pretend to have all the answers and refuse the advice of his officials. But the fact remains that the president holds the executive power.
Okay, so I think this is what hits the nail on the head. It would be an unwise president that would pretend to have all the answers and refuse the advice of his officials, which then means he took some of the advice, but he's saying that I'll still take the blame because I'm Mr. President.
So look, I don't want to stretch this, but if I were to stretch it, then I'd say, okay, so if I take all the credit and all the blame, you might as well say you did nothing.
Exactly.
Because I am to be blamed.
Yeah.
So if I am to be blamed, I did all the things you talk about too.
Papa Obonio. Yeah.
So it means that all the good things in this government, I did them. All the bad things, I did them. Because if there are good things that you did, but when it comes to the bad things, you're an advisor. So Akufo-Addo has found a very nice way of actually answering. He's answered.
No, but this is tact. This is diplomatic. This is a way of cutting without showing that you are getting cut.
And you see, Akapo, when we were studying semantics, one of the things you would learn is that I am not in your head. So I actually would use what you say. But of course, because we say meaning exists in context, all the general circumstances surrounding the creation of a text is what I would use in appreciating what you want to say. And that's where I say, Akufo-Addo is just telling the whole world that, okay, if you say, I am the problem, I am the problem. I take it. Why not? But also be minded that if I am the problem, then you can also not claim credit for some of the things you say you have done. After all, I take blame and I take credit for it. But having said that, this is something that will be subject to a lot of...
What do you think? Someone else is talking about the president saying he doesn't drink alcohol. Was it in reference to anything?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where that came from. I haven't seen that in the speech.
Perhaps it was a reaction to when he was actually about to drink water. When he was sipping the
Did someone say something from the background? Because I am thinking in a certain direction, but I will not stretch it to that point.
There are a lot of things we know.
So gentlemen, let's hold our horses.
That will not discuss on TV or radio.
Right.
So let's move on.
Let's hold our horses briefly. Kweku Asante is getting some reactions from Parliament. Kweku, over to you.
They voted them. You see, load shedding arises out of generational deficit. And generation deficit does not occur suddenly. It arises out of neglect of increasing generation over a period. The government can lay claim that there has not been load shedding, which is not accurate, Indeed, 2 days ago, we were shedding 600 megawatts at peak. We have consistently shed load in the last month. Almost every week, we shed load. In fact, our exports to Cote d'Ivoire, export to Burkina Faso, export to Togo, Benin have been cut because we are not able to generate enough. And every Ghanaian will testify that he or she has experienced outages consistently over the last month. It is because we have a challenge. So instead of agreeing that we have a challenge, even as we speak, we have a fuel challenge as we speak. Today, parts of the country will not have light. What they have lacked is the candor to admit that we have a challenge. And that is the difference between the NDC and the MPP.
I mean, if you read the president's address, it talks about the billions of dollars that they've had to pay to some of the power contracts that you signed. There's a Sogli. There's all these generating plants that you signed on to, and the government says you have to pay so much money to be able to generate the light.
Was he expecting that we won't pay for power? Was he expecting that we won't pay for power? We signed legally binding contracts. Every government has the right. Every government has the right to renegotiate. They have done that. They have further gone on to sign new contracts. They've signed a second AXA contract for Kumasi. Are they saying that that was illegal? The government's responsibility is to ensure that we have reliable and adequate power. If the NDC has done that, the NDC should be applauded. Can you tell me whether the MPP in the last 7 years has added 1 megawatt to our installed capacity? So the least you can do is to praise us.
Is to praise you. But the president talks about the Asogli, the debts, and other things that have to be paid. If you look at the future, the next 8 months of this government, we do not know whether John Mahama will win again or not. About Umia well, but that is a future thing to say.
Definitely not about Umia.
Okay, you look at the power sector now. Do you sense that all is good and that the president's promise that they will keep the lights on is actually what is going to hold?
I can't say all is good. Indeed, the Minister for Energy is on record to have stated that we are going to need additional generation going forward. Because first of all, demand is growing, population is growing. We are all over the world looking for additional investment. And all these investments will use power. And therefore, it is unfortunate if anybody thinks we are not going to need additional power.
The Asogli debt is big. Government hasn't settled it. What do you think that is the impact?
It's not just Asogli. The state as of today owes the IPPs over $1 billion at the minimum. As of today, it's not just Asogli. First of all, when your currency deteriorates at the rate at which our currency has deteriorated, remember our power contracts are dollar denominated. Our collectibles are CD denominated. Today, the dollar is equivalent to 13 cedis. And therefore, if you mismanage the macro economy, mismanage monetary policy, mismanage fiscal policy to the extent that your CD depreciates by so much, you are going to have challenges paying any contracts denominated in dollars.
So with all that you said, do you sense that Doomsday may come back, or you think that the president's promise to keep the lights on is what is going to happen?
As we speak, load shedding is with us. It's been very intermittent.
That's Doomsday.
Well, I have never ascribed to the term. I'm saying that load shedding is present. It is not just imminent, it is present as we speak.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you.
Let me talk to Honorable. I mean, you, Dr. Sandari, you're a medical doctor. You look at the
And that is from Parliament. Let's come into the studio and wrap the conversation right here. Winston, you were making a point when I had to interject.
Yeah, point that if you look at it, Akufo-Addo lost an opportunity. At least now he says he takes the blame, an indication that he admits there could be some failures of his government. A bit about free SHS, and so there should be conversations about improving. How do you improve free SHS, for instance? Do you need to have a review of it, or what? So do we now say that we must review free SHS in order to improve it? Is that what the president is saying? That's the impression I get. So next time we hear the word improve, that doesn't mean a review. It doesn't mean cancellation. Okay? But of course...
would you have been fair then to Professor Boku?
Well, yes, of course.
Because basically what the president says, what the man
is what the man is saying, because in order to improve, you must...
And for saying that he suffered the consequences.
And so I get a president saying we need to have a second conversation about free SHS. We need to review it and improve it in its current state. Yes, nobody can actually abolish free SHS in this country. It's come to stay. But of course, we must do it and do it well. And so...
But I'll tell you one thing that could hobble it. If you don't have the money to run it, what do you do?
Well, we'll find the money.
And that's where the devil really is.
We'll find the money.
Yeah. Someone may tell you, it's not that I want to end it or something, but the resources are simply not there.
We will find the money.
So when we collect the tax, what do we use it for? We should find the money to do it.
We will find the money. I mean, there's nothing the government wants to do that it cannot do. It cannot find money.
It prioritizes those ones.
Yeah. Well, would find the money to do that. And so, on the whole, this looks like an address at the conclusion of a term. So what you probably would have expected in 2025 is what Akufo-Addo has done today, and hoping that whoever takes over would do a thing or two. But on the whole, I think that Addo himself would admit that this is not the Ghana he promised us.
Well, gentlemen, this has been our coverage of the State of the Nation address. I'd like to salute Winston. Winston, thank you very much. Winston Amwa and Raymond Akwa, both of them on the Super Morning Show, Joy 99.7 FM. If you have the time on radio, catch them every weekday morning. But from here, the studios of Joy News, my name is Benjamin Akakwa, and we've been here dissecting before, during, after the State of the Nation address. Stay with us on this network for the rest of our programming.
Blessing, do you know of any good medical school I can take Kofi to?
Oh, Fifi, is that why you're looking all moody? Then I have some good news for you. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, Accra, Ghana, is a degree-awarding institution, and they offer Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Programs, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and BSc Health Information Management. All these programs are accredited by GTEC. Their bilingual curriculum prepares you to consult in French.
But I'm worried about admissions.
Admissions are ongoing. Contact us on Facebook or on Instagram at info.comas or call us on 0208-456-556 or send them an email info@comas.edu.gh. COMAS, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Hey bro, what are you watching? Only the best thing ever. Cause these Easter holidays, the joy never stops. Picture this. The home is filled with LOL moments and intense drama from the local shows. The docus are just mind-blowing. It's mystery after mystery. And man, oh man, is the sports of the chains? I'm talking Serie A, Premier League, UEFA Europa League, FA Cup, and even WWE Sing.
You can do this all day.
Even the kids are hooked up with adventures and fun-loving, bro. And the reality, you don't want to miss. So stay connected to entertainment anywhere with
Accra welcomes the youngest and most famous healer from Burkina Faso. 21-year-old Amseitu Nikema, also known as Haja, is famous across Burkina Faso for what people believe are her healing powers and accurate fortune telling. Prophetess Amseitu Nikema will be in Ghana from February 28th to March 5th for a number of engagements. She is expected to collaborate with religious leaders, counsel people, and also bring healing to the land and people she will come into contact with. Accra, get ready for this life-changing visit. For enquiries, call 0543 481170 or 0245 640041.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
It's time to get stepping, because if you upgrade your DSTV subscription now, we'll step you up to an even higher package.
Respect that.
Upgrade now and step up to even more action. Step up to more football. Step up to more local drama. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package at no extra cost. Visit your multi-choice branch or agent and upgrade to step up and get boosted.
Ahani now want our children to use the internet to learn. No we nyina be farmers, doctors, lawyers, fishers, traders in a market kahu. Ahani nyina ye pede yenye friends and loved ones who bonkomu ofondo without any interruptions.
Ow, yes, ow. A stable service netuma send them mobile money na come our parents to fear.
JT Trot Room or Pedosha Chelsea vs Man City game without missing a moment.
Era mana, onoze nenywa jido bo receive mobile money payments every the customers ho. On pay delay so. Eboze love talks in quoting or po. Obotuma kasa till he sleeps on the phone.
Eyumunyina is made possible because of the red, white, and grey telecommunication towers are our communities in Munti. Them telecommunication towers are safe or to the benefit of Obiara our community nimo. We are here, the Yabobwa. In case of any emergency biara, and now you see a theft going on, for the Ghana Police Service on 191 and now 18555. Ebotunsa for 0209 222220 and 0242 435629 and now 30 for assistance. So, welcome the telecommunication towers into the approved locations in your neighborhoods so that you can keep connecting to the people and things you love. Message Ghana Institution of Engineering and the Radiation Protection Institute and a wine doors.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com. Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your app by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my back.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Succeeding in
How come say we all day my time inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. Home Tips with Mira is all about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. So in today's episode, I am doing something very basic, something very simple, and that is frying eggs. Yes, but I'm adding a certain kind of herb to the vegetables that I'll add to the egg, and that herb is so common. In fact, it grows by itself. It's in our gardens. You know, at times when you're walking, you see it in cracked pavement, but it is highly edible. So before we do that, let's step out and then we will see what kind of herb it is. The leaves I'm referring to is parsley. I believe you have seen this before. In fact, it is not weed, it is a herb, and it is so high and so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, something that can be also found in fish oils like salmon. When you eat salmon, you get omega-3 fatty acids and sardine, and it is so rich in purslane. So when you see purslane in your garden or in your house, maybe it is coming through some cracked pavement, please don't uproot it as weed and throw it away. In fact, it has a lot of uses, both medicinal and for human consumption. So now let's look at how purslane looks like. The stem is a bit fleshy and it is pink, you know, a little reddish, and the leaves are also fleshy. And it has seeds. The seeds are so small and they are so black. So I'm just going to cut some purslane and I'm going to add it to other vegetables, and I'll use it for my egg. Purslane contains a compound which is called oxalate, and it is so high in it, so it's not so advisable to consume it raw. You can just steam it or boil it, and it reduces that one a bit. Just like, you know, how you would consume other leafy vegetables like ademe, like spinach, like kontomire. You know, you just need to boil them up a bit in order to consume them. So it is the same way with purslane. So I'm cutting mine and I'm going to use it for my egg. After harvesting your purslane, cut off the smaller stems and soak it in salt solution for about 5 minutes. This is to kill off any pathogens or living organisms on the purslane. Whilst you are doing that, then you can start to chop your vegetables. But for me, the vegetable that I'm going to add to my egg, I have red bell pepper, I have garlic, I have onion, and then salt to taste, and then I have a bit of cayenne pepper just to add some hotness to it. That is how I like it. And of course, I'm using my usual and regular coconut oil to do the frying. I've chopped all my veggies, including the purslane, and this is the raw purslane. You know, some people eat it raw, but it is not so advisable, like I said earlier, to eat it raw, because it contains something called oxalate, and eating it too much can, you know, result in you having kidney stones, according to research. So we don't want to have any kidney stones in our body, so we have to subject it to heat a bit. But let me just share with you how it tastes like in its raw form. Okay, it is crunchy, and it's a bit slimy, and it tastes a bit similar to spinach. Yes, it's similar to spinach. So in frying my egg, I'm just going to put my oil in the pan and then add my chopped garlic just to, whip up the flavor, because I love the garlic flavor. And then I'll put in straight my chopped purslane, because I want the cooking time to be a bit more. So I'll just wait for like a minute, and then I'll add my onion and then the chopped red bell pepper. As usual, I always do the tasting for you. So the taste of the purslane now, as it has been cooked, is a bit different from when I tasted it earlier, which was a bit slimy. So always remember to subject your purslane to heat, because that is a better way of taking it. And please remember that purslane also is so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which is good for your general well-being. It helps with your brain development, it helps with bone health, and it boosts your immunity. And please, when you are using your purslane, wherever you get it from, whether in your garden or by the roadside, be careful, because there's a probability that pesticides or weedicides has been used in that area. We don't want to ingest any poison into our body. So whilst enjoying your purslane, please go on my YouTube page to subscribe and share, and also follow me on Facebook. And remember to take very good care of your body, because that is all that you have. So please, until I come your way again next time, please stay positive and ready. Bye-bye.
If this is Connect Africa with me, Blessed Sugan, welcome to our program. We have updates on the elections taking place in Sierra Leone.
There had been some attack around the opposition's office, and this was because they prematurely announced results, which both parties technically did.
And what is the cost of political unrest in the West Africa sub-region?
The preponderance of illicit activities resulting from easy access to small arms is causing a lot of havoc across the region.
5 countries. How are you going to work with them?
It is one of the few cases where we have the countries themselves agreeing to do it and calling on ECOWAS to act on their behalf.
There is a DNA testing, the process of DNA of 17 students who were banned beyond recognition. So at the moment, there is some uncertainty. Some of the parents think, hey, is my kid part of those that were banned beyond recognition, the 17?
Every human being has the right to a livable world. And to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the international financial organizations must transform the standard of doing business.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa.
For over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name. Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as keto is?
Live from our studios here in Accra and around the world, this is Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. You're welcome to the Pulse. For this afternoon, President Akufo-Addo takes full responsibility for the current state of the nation, acknowledging both successes and failures.
There's no ambiguity about where the buck stops when it comes to responsibility for what happens in the government. It stops with the president. He or she has ultimate responsibility.
We have details of his penultimate address to Parliament, plus reaction from the minority who reluctantly took their seats in the chamber following the intervention of the flag bearer of the NDC. Also coming up this afternoon, Royal Cozy Hill Hotel Human Resource Manager arrested in connection with the CEO's death, as recent termination of his appointment before the murder raises suspicion. Stay for details as Joy News is learning he left Jurapa for Takoradi the day after the CEO was killed. And later in the bulletin, teacher unions demand the inclusion of education priorities in the manifestos of political parties ahead of the 2024 general elections. Stay as we unpack a 13-page document signed by Nat Nagrat and 2 other teacher unions detailing various interventions they are seeking. Remember also that we have the latest on who is going to partner former President John Mahama for the NDC's ticket for the 2024 general elections, as the party is set to select its running mate on Thursday. We have details for you. The Pulse is live on DSTV channel 421, Go TV 125, around the world at myjoyonline.com. Also on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube. Now let's settle for the details of today. President Akufo-Addo has reassured Ghanaians of a free and fair election in the upcoming December polls. In his penultimate State of the Nation address delivered in Parliament today, the President emphasized his readiness to ensure that elections are conducted with utmost fairness and integrity. He highlighted the preparedness of security agencies to swiftly control any individual or groups pretending or intending to disrupt the peace during the electoral process. President Akufo-Addo also called on political parties in the nation to conduct their campaigns in a manner free from hostility and hate speech.
Mr. Speaker, democracies are founded on elections. The holding of free and credible elections ensure that people have confidence in the government that emerges at the end of the process. The honorable members of this House, who are at the center of it all, know more than the rest of us that this is an election year. The increased decibel level in all communications will ensure that even the most politically uninterested person among us would know that on December 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new president and new members of parliament. A lot of the responsibility lies on the organization in place that will ensure that we have credible elections. Government is doing its part to make the work of the Electoral Commission go smoothly. A lot of responsibility lies on the political parties as well. And I hope that the parties recognize that their credibility is also on the line, especially with some people wanting to undermine the multi-party democratic system of government. It is up to the parties to demonstrate that competitive elections are an honorable, character-enhancing experience. And that at the end of the process, the loser will congratulate the winner, and the world does not come to an end because an election has been lost. There is nothing inherently dirty or corrupt about politics, and nothing about elections that should generate violence. We who are in politics, and we who are members of political parties, owe it to ourselves, the institutions we claim to belong to, and above all, we owe it to Ghana and the people of Ghana to make politics and elections the serious and joyful phenomenon they should be. In discharging their responsibility, I urge the Electoral Commission to work with the political parties to iron out whatever problems there might be. And I'm happy that the Electoral Commission, after engaging the parties, has shelved plans to change the 7th December date. Politics, after all, has been described as the art of the possible. And if that is what we are engaged in, it should not be beyond us to resolve the problems that come up and concentrate on working to build the happy and prosperous country we want. Government, on its part, will do what is expected of it to make sure that the reputation of Ghana is not damaged and the free will of the people is manifested at the end of the electoral process. I want to reassure the people of Ghana that I'll do everything in my power to help ensure the conduct of transparent, free, and fair elections on 7th December. I have confidence in the security services to ensure that those who might want to cause havoc or any kind of mischief to disrupt the electoral process will have no room to operate.
Well, additionally, President Akufo-Addo reiterated his role as the foremost authority responsible for governing the country. He stressed that there should be no ambiguity regarding who bears the accountability for the outcome of any decision implemented by his government.
Under the Constitution, the executive power is vested in the President of the Republic. He or she is the executive. There's no ambiguity about where the buck stops when it comes to responsibility for what happens in the government. It stops with the President. He or she has ultimate responsibility. It would be an unwise president that would pretend to have all the answers and refuse the advice of his officials. But the fact remains that the president holds the executive power. The cabinet, the ministers of state, all act ultimately in an advisory manner. Of course, the member of the government might take an idea, be it generated by the president or the official or a committee, and turn it into a huge success, and the honors will be claimed or shared where public perception falls. But ultimately, the president is responsible, and therefore takes the credit or the blame for whatever happens in his or her government. Mr. Speaker, let me make a second point. The programs that come from the executive benefit from the rigorous public examination and debates to which they are subjected. We all now take for granted, and sometimes even bemoan, the vigorous media and civil society organization scrutiny that characterize public discourse. It gives me quite satisfaction and great pride to hear young Ghanaians today who believe that criticizing the President of the Republic and challenging government proposals are normal, regular activities. Some of the young people listen with incredulity when they hear about a Ghana that was once without private radio stations, and people had to tune into foreign stations to hear critical and opposition voices. Today, there are some 550 radio stations in operation in this country. In spite of all its shortcomings and difficulties, the people of Ghana have